flexible, commercially responsive, and tailored to real transactional realities. In doing so, ICAMS supports a more stable investment climate, strengthens contractual confidence, and contributes to improve the ease of doing business in Uganda. This conference is therefore more than an event. It's a platform for knowledge sharing. It's a platform for collaboration. It's a platform for building a stronger ADR culture in Western Uganda. I hope that over the course of today's discussions, we shall challenge our assumptions, exchange our ideas, and learn from one another, and explore innovative ways of ensuring that ADR becomes an integral part of how disputes are managed in Western Uganda. As we commence this conference, let us recognize that we are laying a strong foundation. Years from now, I hope and pray that we shall look back at this gathering and say that this was the moment when Western Uganda stepped on the gear, accelerated its journey towards becoming a leading center for effective, accessible, and modern dispute resolution. On behalf of ICAMEC, I thank you for participating and for taking the time. I thank you for allowing us to be part of this event, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nora. I had the task yesterday of last evening of coming up with abridged profiles of all these distinguished speakers, and I was telling the ladies it was extremely difficult, and I went into deep AI, which is not as reliable, and some had to amend and adjust. So as we go along, we will continue to add what these distinguished people have done. I had mentioned that Nora was currently the Vice Chairperson at Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Uganda chapter, and she also held a position as Registrar at the International Center of Arbitration and Mediation in Kampala. But this is not all about Nora. So when she comes up as a panelist or the moderator, she will let us know a bit more about herself. So, moving on, this is a time for our President of the Society to come and give us his brief remarks. Thank you, Council.
All right, thank you very much. My Lord Justice Yawire, my Lord, she may allow me stand on the protocol as has already been laid, and also add my voice to thank the organizers of this event, specifically Ambassador Butagira. When I saw the invitation, it came in way back, and someone was reminding me about the event, and I noticed there is a member of the bar who is behind, who is partnering with other institutions to take part in leading this. It was not only amazing, but it was encouraging, because as the leaders of the National Bar Association, we take pride in promoting the autonomy and leadership of members of the bar. So we, on behalf of the Governing Council, do appreciate and thank you very much for this initiative. I do bring you greetings once again from the Governing Council. The reason I came in a bit late. We have a scheduled mediation with CJ Emeritus Butagira Co, who is assisting us with mediating all the ULS cases. We last met on the 13th, and it was agreed that we meet today on the 5th. And the request was that all of us must be there, physically or online. But we had a discussion with colleagues at council and the president that this is very important. I have to be here, and the president will put across my apologies and also convey what we've agreed as the leadership. That is how much we value these engagements and these events. And specifically, while I was coming, I also had a call with the president, who sends his greetings, who most of you, all of you know that he's in exile. And his exile, some may be aware, majority. And when I was looking at what we're discussing today, ADR, it goes back to the fact that the reason he's in exile is simply because there was a denial of this opportunity at the initial stages, because someone felt attacked and had to use the power they have and close the other eye of, can we have, a roundtable discussion, which is literally what we're promoting here. And in the words of our colleague, the judge who is retired from the Court of Appeal, 100 flowers bloom by different schools of thought. That notwithstanding, we and this is really an indictment on our system when it comes to how we promote, ADR and mediation. The fact that no one should be left behind, regardless of where you stand. Allow a situation where some people seem to be exempted and remediation is made for particular people, we may not achieve, or we shall not achieve the goal. And to that end, for members of the bar who are present in the room, you must have noticed that while having these discussions about ADR, I think the lawyers are the most blamed people for having failed the process. Because every engagement you attend, they will tell you that lawyers or members of the bar are part of the bigger prison. Because most people know we are structured to be combative, and also most people believe that lawyers make money from litigation, which has since changed over time. I'm sure my Lord Justice Shirawilo is explaining how someone can actually make money out of mediation. Even better than litigation, you'll get to understand. But what I'm saying is, it shouldn't be about pointing fingers, but rather finding agreeable solutions and agreeing that this is a more, practical, less costly resolve. And that is why, like I said before, even as the leadership, I must put this right, that from the time we got into that it was unfortunate that at the first instance, that opportunity was never given. And I'm grateful to the current leadership that we now doing what we call appellate mediation. And I do hope and believe that definitely this will bring results, because at the end of the day, the questions I get on the streets are, if you lawyers, people don't differentiate between judges and people in practice, but if you lawyers cannot settle your grievances, then how do you tell us, or how do you convince us that we can bring our disputes to you and we settle them? But putting that aside, personally, I do believe this is one of the most important processes. But some of you who read those very old books, the dispute, someone identifies him and say, hey, now we have a barrister, let him come, he can resolve for us this dispute. And the man came with all his knowledge, he's a barrister. He delivers a verdict. What was shocking is that all these people are conflicting and fighting. When this man delivers a verdict, they turn against him. And then he goes back home, a bruised man, but he learned lessons, saying that not all disputes must be resolved by a verdict. He learned these people actually, this is not what they needed. He thought he was solving a problem. And this I speak to the lawyers. These are some of the lessons we get. I have personally encountered several experiences. And I do believe this is the best way. I don't know if any of you has litigated family matters. Somewhere in Ginger, way back. And this man came and says, you know, they no longer see eye to eye. I'd spent like about a year without staying together with the wife. And he was blaming her for everything. Every time we go to court, they would be insulting each other. So you have to separate them. But then this one day when we were going to court, I was also beginning to believe the man and saying, no, this can't work. So this day we are going to court the following day, and I'm calling the man very early morning. Guess who picks? The wife picks. And I knew her by voice because I heard her speak. And I can assure you, I know the discussion was about me being a problem in their family. But to cut the long story short, eventually they settled. But it taught me a lesson that as lawyers, institutions, other individuals who are not necessarily lawyers have been involved in this. If we put our litigious minds out of it, and I think more emphasis probably needs to be put on the techniques and experiences and the best way to get results out of this. Because I think most of the success stories we've seen, I've had His Lordship Chirawiri share experiences. Sometimes parties even have to put aside their pleadings and have a normal discussion. And in that you actually end up resolving what you would not have anticipated. Because at the end of the day, no party. Of course, for lawyers, I know we've been blamed for this, thinking we are making money out of this. No one is interested in unresolved disputes. And this being the only way you can have, a resolution without expecting. There are people who will tell you, you shall go until Supreme Court. And they'll mean it and you'll actually go. But when I started practice some time back, around 2014, I handled a matter which had been filed when I was still in. And these people are still there. Some of them had died. And it was at the tail end. I remember these were people from the north, and we had a translator who was, I think he's the late father to Honorable Badmao, who also at some point disappeared and could not engage with these parties. But it was over 25 years, that's when parties realized, no, here we have to agree. And it got me thinking, what kind of justice do we deliver, or do we give to people when we are doing our work, especially what is our major concern? So that's why I say from our position that this is very important. That's why we've been supportive of all these initiatives. And that's why we say we want to lead by example, in ensuring that at least we speak from experience. If I get up to speak, I should be able to say that we had 40 matters in court against the ULS. I mean, now we cannot hold meetings, we cannot do anything, simply because of disputes that can easily be resolved. But I should be able to give a speech and say, through this process, we're actually able to return to normalcy. I should be able to give that testimony, because at least I'll be speaking from experience. And a person I give that introduction will listen to me. It will not just be like rhetoric, talking about the obvious, the advantages, the disadvantages, but through sharing experiences. So I thank you once again very much for this initiative. And the fact that it is, Mbara is taking lead in this. Nora was very... are always left out. Yet, probably that is how we should be beginning from. Because if it works here, why can't it work in other areas? So I looked at the program and the list of the speakers we have. I personally believe the people present will get the best of what anyone can get in as far as this area is concerned. And I'm personally excited. And I honestly have no doubt that my traveling from Kampala to Mbara will not be in vain. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We appreciate your being here, and we know, as you may be aware, not everyone is here because we couldn't accommodate everyone, especially the lawyers, but we are live streaming. And probably they told me that as soon as I see you, I tell you that we would be privileged to have at least 2 or 5 CLE points because of the panels you see here. As you can see, I know getting CLE points is based on the content and the quality of people who impart knowledge or share knowledge in any workshop or conference. The conference, this ADR conference in Mbarara, Western Uganda, is one of the few. People have been selected, but many people are watching what we are doing and they are going to be there the whole day. Now, Mr. President, I know you have all the mandate and the capacity to engage with the law council to see that they give us the CLE. If you clap for him, they are going to be Thank you so much. Let me take the opportunity now to welcome Justice Allen, but before that, let me tell you about Justice Alan Nshimya. It is not bad for people to know someone, especially when you have reached a certain level. In Runyankore, speed, you know very well that there is a saying, Omutwe, Tukuingana, Niwega. The head cannot be at the same level with the shoulder. Therefore, once a person is blessed and elevated in society, even in Islam, we believe we have to respect them and give them their due accolade. Justice Alan Nshimya, the resident judge of Mbarara, senior resident judge of Mbarara High Court. He is a Ugandan jurist currently serving as a High Court judge and the head of Mbarara High Court Circuit in Western Uganda. He holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from Makerere University, a postgraduate diploma in legal practice, and an MBA specialized in oil and gas. He was appointed judge of the High Court of Uganda in August 2022. As head of the Mbarara Circuit, he manages judicial administration across the Western Region High Court, regularly overseeing major initiatives like case backlog, clearance campaigns, plea bargaining camps, and legal community outreach. He was also in a private practice when we used to call him Alan. But now you have to treat carefully. He is those of you who read books like Peacock and Dennis Richards. Peacock used to refer to Napoleon as a product of the revolution. But Dennis Richards referred to Napoleon as a legatee. Alan Nshimya is a legatee of the judicial system. Welcome and embrace the participants.
The Right Honorable Ambassador Butagira, my Lord Justice Chiabwire, the President of the Uganda Law Society, and I think for the rest I think that you allow me to say all protocol observed. I was very concerned, I like keeping time, so when the President was talking, I kept on looking at Council Belinda, and then I remembered people who have named the President as a title, you can't stop them, so I kept quiet and I wanted to now I am compelled to add just whatever I had to say, that we would have enough time to hear from Justice Chiabwire, so I will try and use about 10 minutes or so, although I initially had 45 minutes. It is also very interesting to hear what AI has about me. But we have a topic, we have this discussion normally that what are the effects of AI, and does AI replace total research? Council Belinda, if you had reached out to me very easily, I would have told you I am a Rotarian, so normally when you get a guest speaker, they tell you to introduce them, then you say I have the honor to introduce, and you do it perfectly. So, on top of what he said, that he did, before I did law, I did economics. I have a bachelor's of economics. I also have a master's of law from Makerere University. I had the privilege of lecturing at LDC, that's how I know Nora there, and other people were here. So we have tried to do all that. I have said it because for those of you who have been in my court, you will understand why I usually say some things. You'll also understand what I'm going to say today. There's something called time value of money, and I'll explain that later. I've also served as a chancellor of Butagira Diocese. So that is why in the court I normally quote very many Bible verses. So I just wanted to put that record clear. So if it is you who went for deep search, please go and edit and add extra things there, then you can start from there. Anyway, I will use a few minutes, but I'll structure my speaking in about 3 ways. First of all, apart from the Right Honorable Ambassador Butagira,
where are the other people working in Butagira and Kampala advocates? I know there's Mary there. I would kindly request you to come. Just come. At least for you, I have powers to call you that easily. So please come. Penelope, yes. Who else? They are all outside. The people who are from Butagira and Kampala advocates, where are they? Please come. I am going to take a few. Bureau, Bank of Uganda, ICAMEC, and everybody who has made this work, including the Uganda Law Society, obviously. So now I'll speak, then after my speaking a few things in summary, then I will give examples. I prefer talking with examples. So the Ugandan judiciary actively promotes alternative dispute resolution as a key part of the judicial system now. The goal is to reduce backlog, lower litigation costs, promote amicable settlements, improve access to justice. Training of ADR and ADR practitioners and adoption of policies that are amicable to settlement of disputes will also guide on the laws. For example, I now know that we have the Judicature Court Annex Mediation Rules of 2026 that were gazetted on March 27th, 2026, which is now a good guide for civil matters, both at the lower courts and appeal level, where parties consent to have their matters referred for mediation. I guess it's the same issue that the President of the Uganda Society is now talking about, that you can even mediate on a matter where you went on appeal. You can win, and it's okay, you've won, now can we come and talk? You understand? That is now technically allowed. Training of this nature will contribute to formulation of policy and law, and ensure quick justice, but also improve on the earning ability of both the lawyers and also the parties that are involved. So that is my part of the talking that I've summarized that will save time. Now, I would like to talk, I like talking personally to people. But first I wanted to know, I don't know how many people here are not lawyers, the business community. How many people? You can just put up your hand. Good. So it means more than half of this crowd are business community people. The other half are lawyers who have been here in this business all the time, and that gives me the perspective. And I thank you so much again, Butagira Company and Germany, I think we put it together, because we need to talk to these people heart to heart. We also need to talk to the lawyers as it is. The lawyers have always been blamed for trying to block or not support this. So today I'm trying to talk to you as a former lawyer who was practicing law, but also to talk to the community as it is. So let's start with the Bible in Matthew 5, chapter 5, verse 9. It says that blessed are the what? Peacemakers, for they shall be called what? Yes. So all of us, it's a given at one stage we are going to die. So lawyers are very like a group, because we are given an opportunity to contribute to our time in heaven by being called children of God. That means you must come to court when you come with the spirit of being a peacemaker. And peacemaking is about mediation. It doesn't mean somebody is going to win or lose. There is a wrong angle, my Lord, I may be wrong, Justice Chiriabi, who knows better than me. There is a wrong angle that we have been taking usually of not addressing the issue of earning money. And people think mediation is something you go to and won't earn money about it, which I think is really wrong. It comes from an angle where the lawyers may not be well informed, and such trainings are good, but also sharings are good. So that's why I want to share. My last part of the talk is about sharing. In 2019 or 2020, 2018 or 19, it was before COVID, I had the honor of being requested to write a paper to present at the Judges Conference in Entebbe, and it was on plea bargaining, ADR plea bargaining part. And I remember after that talk, that is when we requested as lawyers that if we could get a dedicated person in charge of plea bargaining, and then Justice, I think, Abodo was then put in charge of plea bargaining, because we're saying, if you arrest a client of mine, and the client says it is true, I did it, and it's a criminal case, you have to get police to embarrass the person, photograph them, remove their shoes, do all those things, you understand? Yet he has said I've done it. Can't I walk straight away to the DPP and say, I've come to talk. Let's find a way to discuss. Because the laws allow for plea bargaining, which is also the same as some kind of alternative way of resolving the matter. And the person says, I'll agree and plead to this. This one I didn't do it, I exaggerated. I will also be able to relinquish my buildings and got to be given back for maybe a case of corruption in a big church. So on that point, after that discussion, I think it was His Lordship, now Justice Chibita, who was there, gave us a point person in the DPP's office. I think it is come to as a status, I don't know the title, but I think it is Nachi Good Day. Then we had Justice Support, which meant that you could walk in the DPP in the morning when your client is being looked for, negotiate how the terms will move, walk to the judge who is the point judge, how the person committed trial and sentenced him quickly, and we move on. Because sometimes we take the people who are charged through this kind of embarrassing start, before they go there. Yet when they got served their sentence, we say they have paid their dues to society. You don't want the child to go back and watch you being beaten, picked up by police in a very humiliating manner, just after you've served your time. So that is one example I wanted to give. And thereafter, I got a case of some people who had been accused of having stolen drugs from, I think, the medical stores. And the person used to be, I think, an employee, and they said they were not being paid well, and they thought they wanted to pay themselves. So when the family came to me, they were being looked for by all the security agencies, and they were really scared. To have security come into your home, to your mother's home and father's home. So they came to me, somebody referred to me, they said, we are begging you, let our child not do this. After we discussed, we realized it was an employee was disgruntled, the medicine was recovered, and we managed to go and have the plea bargaining done, because the rules allowed. So instead of having a high sentence, it came family, it was such a, for them it was so emotional and such a sensitive matter for them. So a day or two later, about a week later, we're approaching Christmas, I remember that time, the man came with really a small kakapu. He came to say, like, thank you so much, I speak in Uganda, kwebaza, and all that. And then he said, I can go kwebaza. And the man had about 20 million shillings. So you can imagine, I was there sitting down, I don't imagine. For them, it was a serious matter. I had hoped to give them, to handle their child's case who they said was he had done something wrong, but in a manner that was also acceptable to them. You understand? And in the end of the day, it was also acceptable to the people who they had wronged and also acceptable to the judicial system. Now, if you don't know about these steps, there is a likelihood that you won't know what to do to get that done. That is one case. I'll give you a second case. You have matters where people here in Western Uganda, most of them are cattle keeping people, okay? So if you have got a season where you've got some cows and you're milking and every day you're getting about 300 liters of milk, it means if you're selling farm gate price 1,000 shillings, you're getting 300,000 shillings per day. If you're earning 300,000 shillings per day, it would mean that in a month you're earning about 9 million shillings, not so? Which you're fighting about as a family. We're fighting about an estate, but the cows are there producing their milk. It means in a year you're making about 90 million. Now, since we're going to the dry season very soon, we had a matter where people were fighting about putting up a tank to give water to the cows so they can feed. If there's no water, the cows can't get more milk, they'll have less milk. So automatically you can predict that their output dropped to about 100 or 200 liters a day. That means their income dropped from 9 million a month to about 3 million a month. But you're fighting for a whole year. And you're fighting against the thief that was our father's property. Even now, South Korea, I was a stepchild. I didn't do that. But the family income has dropped from 9 million a month to 3 million. You, the lawyer, you're being paid 1 million. You understand? Shillings. And you're fighting dollar energy. Put in a matter for contempt, this one has now trespassed. This one is not giving accountability. I mean, there are very many things. For each application, you're earning about 5 million. But when you look at the total summation at the end of the month, the family income has come from 90 million, you understand, to about 30 million. The family has lost 60 million in that confusion. Yes, you've earned something. Now there's another way of looking at it. We say, while we are fighting in court, let us agree that putting up the water tank and the water trough is good, so the cows can continue producing the milk. Now that that is done, can I resolve this? And I hope you set up a trust. You give me my 3 million you've given me now, I charge you 5 million for a trust. If possible, even remain on as a trust advisor, as a lawyer, you continue earning as a firm continuously for the next 10 years. The family income hasn't reduced, school fees for children is going on, life is going on. The family is still earned. Now, the challenge we have is what? Is that to sit down and say, what Goret is saying is correct. Let us have let us pay that 3 million to buy the tank and go and do that. That client you're telling will say, I think you are compromised. They bribe you. They bribe you. But if you tell them from the economic side, then they are able to realize that in totality, while they are fighting, their income as a family has come from 92 to 30. You've lost 60 million in a year. In 10 years, you've lost 600 million. And there are many cases we have people fight for 5 years, 6 years. And every year they even have more energy to do what? To fight. Those are some of the matters I've handled. And in economics, they will tell you there's something called time value of money. 9 million this month is better than getting 9 million over a space of 6 years. And some of you lawyers here, opening fees, open up a file, pay 1 million, they pay it. You start, you file. The judges have delayed, you can't get a date, the judge is not around, we are adjourning. The other person has entered into the farm a bit, they came in to look at the cows, that is called trespass, file an application, 300,000. Now, in a space of 4 years, yes, you've earned 1 million opening fees, you've earned 300,000 whenever you come to court, you've earned 500,000 for an application. Go back and do your mathematics on a file. That in 4 years, how much money have I earned? But if I mediated these people, and they remained at 90 million. Even if I was just there as a retained lawyer, earning retainer fees of 1 million only, you understand? You may find that you're earning much more by having peace. But it goes back to what we were discussing and as I stated. So, I am personally happy with the schedule, and I've never seen it. I've attended very many ADR meetings. Many ADR people talk about commercial matters. You've got a building, you've imported things from Dubai, you've imported from China. But some of the people you're talking to, they've never imported things from China. You're talking about importation of China, you have a loan from the bank. Some of the people don't have loans from a bank. But there's nobody who is here sitting who doesn't have a family. There's nobody who doesn't have a family, they all have family. So I'm happy that on this program, I think the last one, it should have been the first one. You've got something called what? Community justice and family disputes and social cohesion. My Lord Justice Chiria will is an increase of matters of family disputes here at Mbarara High Court. The people here fight about family matters. And now that many elderly people are dying, they have very many estate matters. And the problem also, we have so many people from Mbarara and Western who have got money. So somebody sits in Kampala and just keeps on saying, hey lawyer, when is the case coming up? How much money do you want? 500,000? Here, you can fight. And he never comes. So what I do to try and force some kind of forced mediation, my lord, I don't think I'm wrong. I have a rule. When I realize that you've got money to send lawyers just to come and talk. First of all, I start giving you short adjournments, if it's a family dispute. Because I want you to feel the pain of the money. Then I start telling some of them that I want you to come with your clients. I want them to come with your clients and they have to be here. And my lord, I start my court at 9. Actually, for those ones, I even make sure they start at 9. Why? Because I want a person who is highly placed, honorable something, or general something. I want you to wake up at 4 a.m. in Kampala and drive here to be by court by 9. And then you feel that pain. So by the time I say, can you mediate in one family? Then they say, okay. So and when they come at 9 or 10, I make sure I adjourn the matter with costs for a few days. And I make sure you pay them. And when they try to bring an order, I haven't paid the costs, I don't have any shyness in referring you to civil prison. So we have done that, the lawyers in Mbarara know me. Because if I also want to cost the lawyers, I have no problem. And some families, when we have gone 4-5 adjournments like that, and I say, but what are you fighting for? It is still one family. Can't you settle? They end up settling sometimes. But it is my way of putting pressure. But I think also now we need to think about mediation in family matters. Because it's a great problem. When we're fighting for money, they need to work for. A person works for his money, makes an estate, things are running, you die, people start having the energy of so and so is my stepchild. That one was a woman who came into a marriage. My lord, I even had a scenario of a girl who sued her mother. And her argument was when they married her mother, the mother had nothing. Now, you see that something you don't even know how to answer them. The lawyers are being in court to know it. So you look at them, but the law says, I must listen to you and that testimony. Some of them you feel like dismissing immediately. So with those remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I thank Butagira Co once again. I pray we can also, I thank that people who have come in who are not lawyers. Please let's embrace mediation through these trainings. But more importantly, for the lawyers, let us be peacemakers so that we can be called children of what? Of God. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my Lord. I will not go back to anything His Lordship has said. Let me recognize the presence of the Superintendent of Prisons, Mr. Brian Mulabi. Can you stand up? When we are talking about plea bargain and mediation, the prisons and we cannot avoid mentioning that you are blessed in this conference by your presence. I'll take the opportunity to introduce Madam Betty Karunji Fausa. Please stand up. That one is our Attorney General here for the region, Administrator General, Attorney General, And you know, when you are talking about family issues, somehow she is always collateral damage. There somehow she feels the pinch. Madam Masaki, no, we show you are very welcome. We are anxious. This one is a child from here, a daughter of the soil. When you are there, when you are talking, by the way, I always breathe in and out because I know we have this person and we are very privileged for your work. You are doing very well. My duty now is to invite you once again, Honorable, Right Honorable Francis Butagira, to invite our chief guest because I don't have the mandate to do that. But I think before you come, he's going to do it. Okay.
Thank you very much. Fellow participants, when I was trying to see what type of chief guests I should invite, I had so many in my mind. Then I zeroed on the Honorable Justice Geoffrey Chiragwire. That gentleman now, of course, is Lordship, serves on the Court of Appeal, very distinguished. I just want to thank you very much. I kept on pressing you for responding to our call and to be with us today. But before you come to address us, I would like one of the MC to read your CV and you see what type of a person is now going to talk.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'll proceed to read the CV of Justice Geoffrey W.M. Chiragwire. Justice Geoffrey Chiragwire is a justice of the Court of Appeal and Constitutional Court of Uganda. He is the former Vice President, East African Court of Justice in Arusha, Tanzania. At the Judiciary of Uganda, Justice Chiragwire is a member of the Judicial Council representing the upper bench, chairman of the Small Claims Implementation Committee. He is also the former head of the Commercial Court. Prior to his appointment to the Court of Appeal, Justice Chiragwire served as the head of the Commercial Court, a division of the High Court of Uganda. In 2015, Justice Chiragwire was appointed to the panel member of the INSOL International College of Mediators. Justice Chiragwire is a member of the World Bank ICSID arbitration panel for Uganda. Justice Chiragwire also served as the first sub-Saharan chair of the Appeals Tribunal of UNESCO in Paris, France. Prior to his appointment as judge, Justice Chiragwire was the CEO of Pan World Insurance Company in Uganda, which later became Lion Assurance Company Limited and was subsequently acquired by Sanlam Insurance Company Limited. Justice Chiragwire is a graduate of the School of Law of Makerere University, Kampala, Uganda, King's College London, School of Law London, where he obtained a master's degree in law, and the School of Law, Pepperdine University, where he obtained a master's of law in dispute resolution. He has attended further legal training in Kenya, South Africa, Italy, and United States of America. He has served in various capacities on 4 commissions of inquiry on the subjects of criminal justice, failed banks, junk helicopters, and corruption in the URA. He is a past president of the Rotary Club of Kampala West and a double Paul Harris Fellow. He has attended several Rotary conventions and participated in organizing on organizing committees for district conferences in Uganda. He has interests in the use of technology in work processes, the use of alternative dispute resolution. In this regard, he is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, London, and is the author of the book, Alternative Dispute Resolution, the Uganda Court Experience. For his hobbies, he has an interest in vintage cars and movies. He's also involved in charitable work. In this regard, Justice Chiryawire is a Knight Commander of the Venerable Order of St. John on appointment by Her Royal Highness the Queen of England and Wales, and Chairman of St. John Ambulance Uganda. Justice Geoffrey Chiryawire has been given several awards which include the King College Budo Medal of Achievement, Uganda UK Alumni Association Alumna of the Year, Uganda Law Society Lifetime Achievement Award, and Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Uganda Branch Lifetime Achievement Award, and is designated Knight Commander of the Order of St. John. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my humble, I would like to invite you back. Maybe you walk with him because my Lord Justice Chiryawire, my honor to receive you to address this distinguished gathering.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard that very impressive CV. I don't know who can match it, but he is the gentleman.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm not sure if that CV was obtained from AI, but please sit. You're not a soldier. It's a pleasure to be here. Your Excellency, Ambassador Butagira, I use the highest rank that you have obtained. I know people have been calling you Right Honorable Ambassador. Let me call you correctly, Your Excellency, Ambassador Butagira, my Lord, the Senior Resident Judge in Barara Circuit. I also saw the Superintendent of Prisons somewhere in the back. Apande, thank you so much for giving the Court of Appeal land. Now Barara is going to have the Court of Appeal courtesy of the Uganda prisons. Thank you very much for that cooperation. Allow me to write on the protocol that is already been established and say good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to be in Barara. I was telling His Excellency that Barara is by far the fastest growing city that I have seen in Uganda as I go around, so congratulations for making that achievement. I'm sure it is a lot of hard work. When I was preparing to come and speak, in my mind, I really had lawyers in mind. But just put up your hands at the business community again. Just I want to see more than half of the people here are not lawyers. So I have a written paper which I will follow, but I'm going to change my script so that I'm able to speak to the bulk of the people who are here so that you understand. So the lawyers, you're free to get this paper. Even those of you who are not lawyers, maybe good reading for you. But my approach is going to be slightly different from what I have written so that we can get the business community to embrace what I call appropriate dispute resolution. People are referring to it as alternative dispute resolution. And we shall walk through the reasons why we must conceptually, the president says you must be conceptually correct in order to solve a what? A problem. So if your concept is wrong, then you will not be able to resolve the problem. And I want to agree with my young brother, Justice Allen, who's doing a good job, by the way. Thank him. I was recently here on Saturday, and I received a lot of good reports about you, Justice Allen. I would have been ashamed if you are ashamed your father, who was my colleague at the Court of Appeal when I joined. The DNA is certainly very good, and I'll talk about DNA later. It is true that the Ugandan judiciary is focusing on what I would call a paradigm shift to look into appropriate dispute resolution. And there are good reasons for this. And the reason really is the litigation that we are having in Uganda is starting to become, in simple language, too much. It is becoming too much, and I will speak into that also a little later. But why is litigation currently the preferred method of dispute resolution? Why do people go and go to your lawyers and then say, I want you to sue the other person? Is that what you do? You see? But I want to remind you that this system that we have of courts, of prisons, only came to Uganda in 1902. That's about 124 years ago. For the lawyers, you remember the 1902 order in council. That is what created the court system in Uganda. There were no courts of this nature before 1902. I see some of you already saying, hey, what's happening? I can see the faces. Just to tell you that litigation is recent. In 1902, my grandfather was alive, the father of my father. So the question must be, what was happening before 1902? Was there no justice system? Was there no resolution of disputes? We need to interrogate and ask that question. Was there perpetual war? Were land disputes not being resolved? Were business disputes? People think that business is over today, but cows were even being sold before 1902, isn't it? How are they resolving if you gave one cow less? People were stealing before 1902. I keep on asking people, especially my side, I'm not too sure I know Nyakore, but I always ask the question, what is the local word for prison in your language? Chikome. See, which is the same thing, basically, for us who come from what? Eastern Uganda. What does it mean in your language? Enclosure. You say what? Enclosure. So you're using the wrong word for prison. What is the correct word for prison? The truth is, many of our communities did not have prisons before 1902. It is just as simple as that. You mean there were no convicts? There were no convicts before then? Of course they were there, but the treatment was different. And so we have this problem conceptually where we think that the post-1902 era, the one of the colonialists, the ones who created the systems, is better than our pre-1902 situation. And I think, Your Excellency, you mentioned how even amongst this community, there were methods of resolving dispute. And at the bottom, I like to say, at the bottom of dispute resolution in our communities was discussion, talking. Today say, let us talk to Wae. Let us talk. We have forgotten as a community in Uganda how to talk to each other. But we have learned how to sue each other. Now, of course, it sounded good, but now we are starting to see the effects of forgetting how to talk to each other. This is a big problem. You see? So, of course it is true that when you go to court, there is a winner and there is a what? There is a loser. Okay? That is what His Excellency was talking about, adversarial method of dispute resolution. You cannot have a draw. Who follows football here? Okay, some people are saying, who follows Arsenal? For me, I don't like Arsenal. For me, I'm money. So the other day, me and my children were busy supporting Paris Saint-Germain. We were happy we won. But that's a different one. But you cannot have a what? A draw. My question to you is this one. When you're resolving a dispute between you and someone you have a problem with, must one of you win and the other one lose? You know, when we were at campus, when we were at Makeri, there was a hall. I think it is still there called Lumumba. Who is the Lumumbist here? There are a few Lumumbists. They used to have a slogan, we either win or they lose. That was the slogan. And that is what has happened in dispute resolution in the courts. You must win in any situation. But I ask you again, when you say you are seeking justice, do you achieve justice by you winning and the other person losing? For me, my definition of justice is this. Justice is a state of harmony between you and your neighbor. State of harmony between you and in your community. And like Justice Allen was talking about the Bible. When they created the Garden of Eden, there was harmony between man and nature. Okay? And that was proper peace, that was proper justice. Until there was a divide. Then man started to kill man and destroy the environment. So, I'd like to suggest to you, first of all, conceptually, that to have justice, it does not mean that the other person must lose. Are we together? Yeah. It does not mean that you must always what? Win. It is possible, actually, to have a draw. That is where we are coming from. And that is where the judiciary has started to promote, okay, let me use the word the judiciary uses, alternative dispute resolution. But also in 2003, the judiciary also introduced a new policy statement. It was called the Alternative Justice System. 2003, everybody need to get that thing. And it's a document. It's available on the judiciary website, the AJS. So I want you to learn two acronyms. The first one is ADR, and the second one is AJS. What's the difference between ADR and AJS? Actually, there's no difference from my perspective, but we can say that ADR deals with the problem that was created by the Wazungu, which is adversarial litigation, because it's not working. And AJS brings back what was existing before 1902, and that is the ability to talk. The ability to talk when you have a dispute. And if talking between the two of you is not working, then the ability for you to go and say, let me import into this dispute an honest third-party broker. It can be in your homes. Your children are fighting. They run to mommy and say, this one has what? Done something. Then already you are in AGS. You have entered what? AGS. All your clan heads, all your religious leaders. There was a reverend here. Is he still here? Yes. Are you certified AGS person? A little bit now by the judiciary. You are. See? So now the judiciary, you see, we have very few judicial officers. Right now we are about 600 for a population of 40 million. Does that make sense? It cannot make sense. But now we are bringing on board religious leaders. You come and become quasi-judicial officers. Help us to resolve disputes. All right? We are bringing cultural leaders. We are bringing civic leaders, so that we are now going to restructure how disputes are resolved. And that's what Justice Allen was talking about. We want, when we were doing economics at A level, we used to say that the central bank is the bank of what? Finish the sentence, those who went. These are all Italian people, they didn't go to Budo. It was said that it was a bank of last resort. We want the courts to be the dispute resolvers of last resort, so that we start at the bottom by having a dialogue. So traditional justice resolution is also valid. And right now the government has published the government white paper on ADR. The lawyers should look for it, which means that very soon we're going to have an ADR Act. And that will put all the dots together, so that we have a holistic method of dispute resolution. But the lawyers also know that the Constitution, 1995, also mandates that this is the way we should do business. Objective 24 of the Constitution, you should look at it. Article 126 2D says that reconciliation between parties should be promoted. The word is what? Reconciliation. In other words, you should be able to resolve a dispute by creating a draw. So I'm going to, that was my introduction. I've redone it, I'm not ready from here. But I'm not going to spend my time here teaching you what ADR is, I'm going to, or how it works. But I'm going to give you the conceptual issues which I think you need to look into, and then move into the next level of learning how you can be part of this story. going to talk about the Ugandan judiciary, the cases. And I'll try and bring into context a situation analysis which brings into play the Western region. Now, according to the National Court Case Census of 2025, it says that the overall subject matter value of cases that are in the court, because people keep talking about the number of cases in the court, I want to move away from that because it doesn't give you what? Context. I want to give you some context. The context is, as of that report, the value of cases in the Ugandan court system is 14.2 trillion shillings. Now, if I gave you 200,000, let me give you what all the cases from magistrate grade 1 to the Supreme Court that are in the Ugandan court system are 14.2 trillion Uganda shillings. And we say we're a poor country. So for us, we are a lower income developing what? Country. But you know what? You're so rich that you keep 14.2 trillion with us, the judicial officers. That's how rich Ugandans are. Now, if you don't know what 14.2 trillion shillings means, let me tell you what it means. It means that 6 to 7% of gross domestic product, 6.7% of gross domestic product, we're keeping it for you in the courts. We're keeping it for you. You don't need it. You don't need it. You have banked it with the what? With the courts. 7% of your money, because the judiciary has no money apart from that that is given by what? By Parliament. 7% of your money we keep for you. In the what? In the courts. Because you cannot agree. You cannot talk. We're keeping it for you. By the way, unlike the bank, the judiciary does not give you interest. Unless you win or lose. But the money we're keeping for you, we don't give you what? Interest. So you can imagine what sort of central bank we are. We're keeping it for you. Why? Because you cannot sort yourselves out. That is what it is. Now, in northern Uganda, now let me talk about cases. There are about 16,978 cases. Backlog is 3,915. Case backlog is about 23%. In eastern Uganda, it is slightly more in terms of cases, 36,168. Total case backlog, 11,028. Case backlog percentage is 30.48. In Central Region, which is the biggest even geographically, there's 65,000 cases, 668, of which case backlog is 16,224, and case backlog is 24.71%. Now, let us come to this region. Total pending cases in our courts are 48,525. Case you want to be the heaviest person in terms of fighting cases in court. You're number 2 in what? In Uganda. So your case backlog stands at over 30%. Now, you may feel disappointed. You want to be number 1 in anything, Now let us look at that carefully. And I'm sure I may have moved too fast, you may not have got the joke. Now let me tell you what the joke is. You're the second highest in workload. The case is going into what? Court. But the national average of case backlog per region, of all regions, is 27%. All right? 20 what? 7%. So when you look at caseload and backlog, the national average is 27%. Now, the case backlog average in Western region is 31.68, which means that Western region has the highest backlog in Uganda. So you're the winners. You have achieved the gold medal in Uganda for being the most litigious society in this country. You can clap for yourselves. Western region is the most litigious region in this country. You are the region that does not want to talk to each other. You are the region which wants that they either win or they lose in dispute resolution. This is very interesting, isn't it? Did you know that? And that's why I'm glad that I'm not reading this paper, I'm just picking up from here and changing the narrative that the ordinary person is here. Because I need this message to go to you and from you to the rest of the people in Western region. That you're the one who likes sport most. And the question is why? Now let me tell you about a Hill report. A Hill report of 2024. It's fairly recent. It says that over 93% of Ugandans have a dispute, one way or the other. It might be a small dispute, it might be a middle dispute, it may be a big one, dispute. But 93%, if you count 10 people, 9 of them will tell you that I have a problem with somebody else. Only one person will say, for me, I'm okay. I have no what? I have no issues. All right. But the same report tells us that about 90% of all disputes, of the 93%, are not resolved in court. Did you know that? And it is obvious if you think about it. How many of you drive cars? Just put up your hand. It's not a big thing. Okay, how many of you have orders? Or bicycle. When you knock somebody, or someone knocks you, is it the first thing you do to run to your lawyer and say, sue the person? What do? You start talking. Okay, wait a minute, can I take it to my mechanic? Can I? when that one fails is when you go to the police. In fact, now the police have even learned. At least, I don't know about the police in the Western region, but the ones in Kampala, they sit there and say, "Msoke mutese, mwesotinge." If you cannot mwesotinga, we shall what? That is how the bulk of disputes in Uganda are resolved. Now in 2016, an earlier report said, so now about that is only 10%. All this backlog that I'm talking about only amounts to 10% of the 93% of people who have what? Disputes. Are these percentages causing you canker? Are you now starting to get dizzy? Only 10% of disputes that exist actually go to court. And 2016 says, of that one, only 1% use lawyers. Only 1% use, which means that most of the cases in our court system are self-represented. You may not feel this at the high court level, but if you go to magistrates levels, you will start to see this. And so the question therefore is, if all these other cases also came into the court system, don't you think the court system will collapse? If people stopped talking and went into the courts, if people stopped mediating, if people stopped going to their bishops, their sheikhs, their community leaders, and everything went into the court system would collapse. My Lord Justice Nshima was talking about plea bargaining. I went to the United States as one of the people who benchmarked changing the criminal justice system in Uganda so that we can have the plea bargaining system. I went to a court system in Ventura County in California because they were willing to talk to us. And we met the police chiefs over there, and they were in total shock. They asked us, is it true that in Uganda, every arrest leads to a charge sheet and leads to a hearing? They said if that was to happen in the United States of America, the United States of America system would collapse. And they said, Tati, you see, for us we are richer than you in Uganda. For us who are rich, we cannot afford everybody who is arrested being charged and going through the system. But for you who are poorer than us, that is the way you are going. And I sat in a court in the United System. Because you see, for them, they do it on first hearing. For us, we don't. And I sat there, and it was like a factory. That morning, the judicial officer had 50 cases for charging. 50, 50. By lunchtime, we had 50. If it is Uganda, you'd finish in time for the next election. You'll be ready for 2031. But the difference there is that people who are caught, now you've caught somebody. He has stolen a cow. You've caught him, he has stolen what? Oh, in order, let us talk this region. In my region, we have very few cows, so stealing a cow, one, is a big issue. Perhaps here you may say, let a cow go. Western region, no. But many regions say, I have 1,000, let one what? Let one go. But for us, one cow like this, it's a big challenge. I come from Eastern Uganda. My name is Universal, can go around Uganda. The people say, let us send it to state for what? Sanction. Have you heard that one? Let us send it to what? To state for what? Sanction. Then after that, let us look for justice in Shimi so that he can what? Deal with this one cow. Judge sheet on such and such a day. At this time, so and so was found with one cow not belonging to somebody else. The senior will say, no, I have so many cases. What I'm going to do, I'm going to remand you. When I have time, I will deal with you later. And that's why we have this problem in our court system, you know. We have prisons, So Superintendent, I don't know what your lockup is today. Perhaps you need to give them their lockup for today. Someone give him a microphone. Let Superintendent give you lockup for today. I'm sorry I may overshoot my time because now I'm not following the script. And I want people to understand.
Thank you. Allow me to stand on the protocol observed as of today. I'm the Superintendent of Prisons, Brian Mulagi. I'm the District Prisons Commander of Mbara Zone. I'm here standing in for the Regional Prisons Commander, who has been assigned some other duties in Kampala. As of today, sir, we have a staff strength of 951 staff in the region and unlocked 8,253 prisoners, 270 debtors, and 30 babies. My Lord,
Yes, there are 30 babies. It's part of our lockup.
allow me to give the breakdown. As of today, male convicts, we have 3,347 in the region, plus Southwestern. Female convicts, 175. Male remands, we have 4,524. That's where the problem comes from, sir. Female remands, we have 207. Male debtors, we have 168. Female debtors, 102. Babies, 30. Here, this is where we have a problem from the business community. They always ask us, how do you have babies? Are you engaging the prisoners or not? I want to report to you that these babies come with their mothers. Others, female convicts, come with when they are already conceived. So on reception, they are checked. And that's how we come to have babies in prison who are taken over by government. Government caters for everything, and everything is normal. Sir, with the coming of the ADR, I think we shall help mitigate the problem of condition.
So the point is this.
Thank you, sir.
Have you heard the number of people who are on remand? We have a big problem where prisons have become remand homes in Uganda. You're not convicted, you have not been tried. That taxpayer is paying for you to keep in prison. Does that sound correct? And there are people, there are regions, there are even prisons where people on remand are more than people who have been what? Convicted. That is our criminal justice system. You commit an offense, we put you, someone was using the word prison, and let us avoid that one. You commit an offense, we just hold you there, and we pay for you to be in what? Prison. The other day we did a session in the Court of Appeal, and we were just going through numbers, and we were shocked how many people on remand die before they get a date for hearing. Very many people die on remand. I don't know how many you have abandoned. But people in this country are remanded and forgotten and are not tried because the system does not work that way. But in the US system, everybody is given an opportunity to speak up. For me, I did it. I'm asking for leniency. The state is there. The victims are there. The accused is there. He is charged immediately. He is convicted on a plea of what? Guilty. And he is sentenced. Some of them were even walking out of what? The court. That is how it was possible to do 50 in what? In 1 day. Now in 5 days, how many are those? 250 people in 1 week. My Lord Allen, when is the last time you cleared 250 cases in 1 week? Do you see how the court system does not work, and we must start thinking for alternative solutions? Lawyers are here. Mr. President, you have run away. Lawyers are here. Don't worry. For me, I'll do something. How can the lawyer do something when you stole the car? How can the lawyer do something? Like Justice Shime said, why don't you behave like what Justice Shime was doing when he was at the bar? Say, okay, tell me what happened. Let us see if we can do a plea bargain. I like Trump. He has many issues, but I like one thing. I have agreed with him, and I've actually bought his book, The Art of the Deal. If you want to understand Trump, buy that book, The Art of the what? Of the Deal. He said, let us do a deal. Why are lawyers not working with people who have found themselves on the wrong side of the law to do a deal with the office of the DPP? Why? Why are people in jail, yet they are not tried? Why? Do a deal. That's what alternative dispute resolution is about. Get the people out of jail as quickly as possible so they can be reintegrated into society. But if you want, they can stay there and die. And I'm serious. I'm a judge. I'm like a coffee maker. Yes? Sunday, public holidays, my birthday, Christmas, we will not finish the work. It is just as simple as that. So you people who say, I am going to appeal, you have lost the case in the High Court, and you say, I am going to what? Appeal. You will be 14,001. So you're joking with me, I'm going to appeal. What joking is that? You will be number 14,001. And for us, we have a system, first in, first out. So you will be also on the pause list number 14,001. Isn't it time that we start looking for alternatives? Why is it, for example, that despite its workload, Northern Uganda has the lowest workload? Why is it? Let me tell you why. Because Northern Uganda has strong alternative justice systems. Their community leaders are partners with the judiciary in dispute resolution. Where are the community leaders in Western Uganda? Do they also exist here? Where are the religious leaders? I see some here. Where are they? Are you partners in being peacemakers? Even when Jesus was talking, like Justice Allen was talking in Matthew 5:9, even the religious leaders can be peacemakers. Where are they? Where are the business leaders in Western region? Where are they? Why are you not partnering with us in the judiciary to resolve what? Disputes. Where are the fathers, the mothers, the uncles, the aunties? Where are they? So, for me, my lawyer is handling. Isn't that what you talk? Huh? My lawyer is what? Handling. Number 14,001. Your lawyer is handling what? Who heard of the case of Uganda versus Kanyamuni? From charging to conviction took how long? 3 years. That was pretty fast under our system. Okay? And what was the charge? The charge was murder. Murder, I think, under the sentencing guidelines is 30 to death. 30 to what? To death. But because Kanyumu's lawyers thought outside the box, this is a young man. He has a young family. He wants to get married. I think he didn't have a family, but he has this interesting girlfriend from Burundi. How can he marry her in prison? Big problem, eh? I know there are justices of the peace in the prisons, but I don't think they have the authority to marry you. So let me go to women's prison and marry my wife and then go back to me. No. So his lawyers, and this is why I want to talk to the lawyers. His lawyers said, you know what, this is not going to work. The managed to get bail for him. And most people, when they get bail, they go home. This lawyer said, no, let us go to Acholi. And let us see if we can apply Matoput. Let us see if we can apply Matoput. Matoput is a system, it's a traditional system in Acholi where if you commit an offense, okay, you can go and have reconciliation with the people you have offended. It's a process of truth telling. And the process takes place when there's like a small cup they give you. When you're doing truth telling, you must always sip, like you're sipping water. Matopot is a root. It's a root. They grind it, boil it, and they get the fluid. And as you're truth telling, you take a little sip. And I promise you, did you ever drink quinine? Did you ever take quinine as a tablet? You would rather take quinine than Matoput. The thing is so bitter. And the reason is, as you're truth telling, you keep taking a sip and you know that the consequences can be very what? Very bad. There's someone with a mobile phone in the booth, please switch it off. So you go and seek forgiveness. You seek atonement. You atone. That is pre-1902 that I've been talking about. Say, things happen. I am responsible. I am sorry. I take responsibility. That's why there were no prisons before. That's why there were no prisons before. In my community, if they catch you stealing a cow, you must return the cow and also bring a goat. That's how it is what? It is resolved. Now, if you don't do that, even if you go to the drinking spot, they will not give you a chair to drink with right-thinking what? People. Because can you imagine that guy stole a cow and didn't even give a goat? Even your daughters will not get married. They say, that girl comes from a family of thieves. Society made it impossible for you to have harmony and peace until you did atonement. That is the African way. But here, someone stole my what? My cows, took a lorry. If the guy said, okay, I am sorry, I stole your cows, I'm giving you 2 lorries of cows in compensation. I said, for me, I want you to go to prison. That is the mentality that the Wazungu left here. Someone is giving me an extra lorry of cows and you're refusing it. Jamen. Kanyunyu, the Matoput was successful and it was confirmed in court. And he pleaded guilty and Justice Mubiru sentenced him to 5 years. He is out of prison as we speak. You can ask Afande there, how many of these convicts have been convicted to 5 years? Nobody. In the Kanyunyu case, that's the first time in Uganda that someone committed murder and was sentenced to 5 years because of using alternative justice systems. Today, as we speak, Kanyunyu is a provider to the family of that of that person. What was his name? The guy he killed. He visits them. They are like he's now a child in that what? In that home. When they are sick, he pays. Yes. Someone who's a stranger stranger, because he killed one of them, has become a family member. That is the African way. So how are we going to do it in the Western region? How are we going to embrace this? I wanted to bring a book of mine, I forgot it. Like I said, I have written a book on this, perhaps through Justice Allen. Some of you may get it. If you want a book, just talk to him. There's a Supreme Court judge in Canada. He said, disputes are not like wine. They do not improve by drinking. Many things happen to cause the parties in a dispute by simple passage of time, and almost none of them is good. Delaying settlement or disposal of conflicting claim is a primary enemy of justice and peace in a community. It's a very profound statement by a judge. Now, my brother, the VP of the Law Society, I think you have now experienced what this judge is saying. Because more than 2 years ago, I asked the Law Society to come and mediate before me, and they failed. It's not that the judiciary did not know. We actually engaged. But now they have learned that disputes do not improve like wine over time. Now they are talking. That's what should have happened. You know, there's a community, the Ismaili community. You know the Ismaili community in Uganda? And these people who follow the Aga Khan. I want to ask the lawyers in this room, how many of you has ever got instructions from the Ismaili? How many? One. Okay? The Ismaili community has a community dispute resolution mechanism within themselves. For me, Kwan was an Ismaili. I had never seen a case involving Kwan. Never. You think he doesn't have disputes? Why can't the Western region also have a community like that? You see, and it is true, we also have a problem with the lawyers, because for us we are trained to be gladiators, we are trained to go to court. We are not trained to what? To settle cases. But now it's also time for the lawyers to change. Another writer said that the difficulty is this, that mediation will be a waste of time in a number of cases because the parties or their advisors are intransigent or unreasonable, unwilling to change positions to find a solution. They overinvest in the following thing. They overinvest in pride. They overinvest in status. For me, as for us, you know that one. For us, we don't what? We don't settle. Judgment. They invest in blame taking and reputation. Can you imagine me also? And this leads to backlog and always is leading to failure. See, one of the reasons why mediations do not succeed, they are what we call push and drives. What pushes a dispute and what pulls a dispute. One of them is moods. You go to a dispute, but you're already fired up. You're already fired up. You're not listening. You're not listening because your mood is what? That man is very bad. You're talking about family disputes, my lord. People are saying, that man, that husband, he is very bad, and you have gone to mediation with that mindset, are you going to resolve it? For me, excuse me, Your Excellency, for me, I'm an ambassador. How can I be seen to what? To settle. This is the problem. Now, talking about family disputes, and DNA, I said I was going to talk to this, not in my script, I'm just trying to get guidance here. I had a family mediation, and some of you may be familiar with such a problem. And I think Tamari must know it because I already engaged her on that one. A family had their father pass away. And the father had left a will. You know, many people, some of the family disputes are because there is no what? There is no will. But this one, there was a what? There was a will. But you know what the problem was? The family said, you know, for us when we were growing up, we always knew that her sister of ours. That her sister was not of our father. That is what they were saying. That sister was not of our father. So, they said the will was forged. Yes. They said the will was, because this girl kept quiet, this is not our father's what? Child. So they go to court so that she does not become part of their what? Inheritance. The High Court says that there is a will, you have failed to prove that it is what? It is forged. The girl must be part of the what? Inheritance. So they say, no, we are going to appeal. 14,000 and what? And 1. So this, by the time it comes to us, it is also already an old what? Old matter. What is happening? The estate is suffering because there is a perception that even though we grew up with this girl is not our what? Our sister. Isn't that what you people do? Yeah. Isn't that what you people do? So then I said, the High Court has already decided. How can we help you in mediation? And they said, you see, we told the judge in the High Court that let us do DNA, and the High Court judge refused. So for us, we can only finish this thing if we do what? DNA. So I said, okay. Let us do what? DNA. But it will be DNA for all of you. Yes. It is possible. So let everybody who is in this family get DNA. And God help you if we find out that this girl you're challenging is the real daughter and you who is fighting is not. And by then it was mostly a family of girls. We settled that matter without DNA. Let her also what? Inherit. Let us go with what the High Court has what? Has decided. And I remember when summing up to them and congratulating them on this settlement, I said, in life you must leave matters of generals to generals. In African society, if a man says, this is my child, it doesn't matter where the child came from. Put it in the will. If you have a problem with that, you go and take your own property. You fight over property that you did not make. That's point that Justice Allen was making. Meanwhile, the family is going down, is being destroyed. This is same father, same mother. I did a settlement of one man, he had 5 children and 38, 5 wives and 38 children, they settled. Now what about you who comes from the same father and same mother? In life, things happen. Just accept that. Huh? You cannot change it, can you? You can't. So if your father had more than one set of children, what can you do about that? Brave enough to raise it when he was alive. You first wait for him to die. You say, father was bad. No. Those are your brothers and sisters. In Africa, we don't have half sisters, we don't have half brothers. It is ideal to do so. It is ideal. But the reality in our society is that these things are still happening. So why don't you sit down as a family and talk like this family from Eastern Uganda, 5 wives. They sat down, talked, and managed the estate. Actually, they agreed to manage it together. They formed a company. Now if they can do so, what about your customer family? So we need to discourage litigation, and I think for the lawyers who read this paper, Justice Odoki was saying that advocates have a problem. They want to avoid mediation, they don't come, they employ tactics to frustrate, and they don't follow the instructions. You, especially those of you who are not lawyers, I hope you can talk to your lawyers and say, I've come to you to resolve the dispute, not to win the case. There's a difference. Have you got the difference? To find a resolution to the problem, not to win the case. We need to have a paradigm shift in this regard. Small claims, that's something which we have introduced. Now, I find it there, and this is common amongst the business community. When someone owes you a debt, you have sold something, he has not paid, you run to the police, and the police prefer obtaining money by false pretenses. And that person ends up in the prison system. But there's a contract. And the contract does not have to be written, it can also be oral. But the court system has provided you with a mechanism whereby if that debt is 10 million and below, it can be handled in the courts without a lawyer. You don't have to pay a lawyer. And any lawyer who wants to appear in a case of 1 million shillings needs to have his head examined. Mr. Vice President, correct? Yeah? If counsel puts on a robe and goes to court, says, I appear for the plaintiff, subject matter is 1 million shillings. I think we have a what? We have a problem. They took us to court. They want to do those cases. We have a judgment pending in the Supreme Court that it is unconstitutional for a lawyer not to present a client who has a debt of 1 million shillings. Really? Why don't you use small claims? We have small claims court here. In Uganda, we have. Your case will be handled within 90 days. We even have cases where the same day the case is filed is the same day judgment is given. Even in America, you can't get a court that looks like that. So why do we insist on going to court for your rentals or for someone's owing you 3.5 million? You go to council, you pay fees, you go for scheduling, you go for locus, you go. 5 cases have been successfully mediated. And the number is growing. In the Court of Appeal, we now have appellate mediation. Last year, we concluded 300 cases under appellate mediation. People were saying, I have a High Court judgment, so I will not mediate. Of course not. That High Court judgment, we can overturn it. You can mediate at any time. We have a company, because of business problems, they had to let their employees go. I will not mention the company. It's a big company here in Uganda. They went to the High Court, the employees, and said, they're not paying us proper terminal benefits. The High Court said, you negotiate. They refused. So, they got judgment. The judgment was in favor of the employees. So the company appealed to the Court of Appeal. We said, you negotiate. They tried, they failed. It went to trial. Court of Appeal again ruled in favor of the employees. The company then filed a notice of appeal to the Supreme Court. But when they filed a notice of appeal to the Supreme Court, then they came to me and said, Judge, we want to talk. But I said, but you already filed a notice to the what? To the Supreme Court. They said, no, we want to talk now. So I said, is that res judicata? The lawyers will understand that big word. I said, no, but you can talk at any what? Anytime. So I said, okay, let us call the employees. And you know what? They agreed. And they removed the notice of appeal to the Supreme Court. So some of you who say, we have been talking and we failed. Yeah? That's not an excuse to continue what? Talking. Because you can imagine this thing took about 9 years in and out of negotiations. But still at the end of the day, negotiations were what happened. So I'm going to make these recommendations. One, we need to have change management in this region. We need to change the way we think. We need to change our attitudes. Two, we need to have more trainings of how this is done. We need to have trainings. Thirdly, I want you, and when I'm talking about you, I'm talking about everybody in this room. We want you to become peacemakers. Doesn't matter whether you have a shop, doesn't matter whether you're in the markets, doesn't matter whether you are a priest, doesn't matter whether you are a civic leader. Come and we train you to be a mediator, so that you can mediate in your areas. We will train you. Also, we must ensure that we create a culture that before we go to court, we genuinely learn to talk, whether directly or with the help of a neutral. It is my view that one of the regions which will
for his lordship. That was worth listening to. My Lord, we can't thank you more. We know you have always done it with all your heart. Even what you have not said, we know the areas, especially the area of digitalization, the judiciary. We have followed you and we know your role. And we thank you for always being up there to help. Let me take the opportunity to recognize the presence of Mr. Biramukama Arnold and Ms. Chimera Patricia. These are representatives of the Bank of Uganda who are co-sponsors of this conference. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much for being here. Let me also recognize the presence of Justice Vincent Zeurichize, retired justice. Thank you for being here. We are always pleased to be with you, and at least you are always there. And when people find you here, they know that you are around. Thank you for coming. We are going to make a few adjustments in our program. We are supposed to be going for a break now, break tea, but we are going to go into the plenary and have the break tea along, so that we can catch up with time. Other speakers who are coming, we really want to listen to you, but I will be coming to you and we shall stick to the time that is specifically given to you according to the program, so that we can make sure we finish it. Now, we are going to a photo moment first, and we have segmented we are going to have the photos like this, but before I read how we're going to have these photos, we have the bathrooms just next here. In case you feel you want to visit, please feel comfortable. The bottle in front of you is water, it's not a gin. So I can see some of you have not opened it for fear of that. So please open it. It is water, but it is only a Nirvana water in a very modern way. You can be comfortable with it. We shall take photos. The chief guest will be with the Justice Nshimye. Then we will be with the President of Uganda Law Society, with the Ambassador Butagira, with the ICAMEC. We are talking about NORA, and we will have URSP. Definitely, we are talking about MASE and the Bank of Uganda representatives. That's the first segment of the photos we will take. I don't know whether I go, they come, they take the photo, then I read the next. I'm talking about the chief guest, my Lord, then Justice Nshimye, then yes, Justice Zeurichize. When we were making this list, you had not come, but now that you are here, I really have no choice. You have to join, because I have nowhere to put you when I'm taking the photos with my people there. The Nyamwishas, we shall be together. We can't be together. So, yes, so that it can capture the background. I don't know whether they will get off those lights, but that is another docket.
phones which can reach there, you are also allowed to take the pictures. Joshua, at the end, it's okay, you can take a picture if you so wish. Yeah. Okay, now the chief guest and the justices who are there can remain with Ambassador Butagira and the company advocates. So, Nyamwisha Mary, come and have the opportunity. You come, Jean, Lucy, come and feel these photos you are just going to put on boards and put there so that people who come, they can know that you took a picture with the, His Lordship Yahweh. Of course, I will have a moment as an MC. I will have to take a picture. I will not make that list. Collins, I will invite you later to have a photo moment. Yes, with their lordships. Yeah, thank you so much, Butagira and company advocates. That picture is important. So now we are going to have a picture of the chief guest and their lordships, the President of Uganda Law Society, and the panelists and moderators. If you are a panelist and moderator on the program, I guess you already have, please come and join and pose for this picture. We could probably have the lordships sit so that we go behind and have a different format now. The rest of us can stand behind and the lordships can sit. So we are now going to our thematic plenary, and we will have the people who will be directing us to go and have our tea, but we shall return here and continue with the plenary. I
want. And when they pick their tea, they can come back here, and then we shall follow the sequence like that. In the meantime, we can start with our plenary, and we are going to invite Mariam Iga to come.
Okay. As Mariam. Yes. We shall have a 5-minute break. We just drink coffee and come back inside. They're trying to catch time. Thank you.
I don't know how much Aristotle is charging for it, but when I charge 120, then they have the price.
Take up the practice for other reasons. But I'm still interested.
It's changing. Last year, 300
what ADR is, and I like to always add what ADR is not. So welcome with me to this panel where we're going to discuss inclusive justice, business confidence, and the future of ADR, but particularly looking at how these various institutions, the ones that are playing the lead role, are supporting ADR in the country. We're going to start from the very first reason we are here, which is ICAMEC, and I'll go to Nora first. Nora, please introduce ICAMEC in its real sense and what it does, so that without a doubt, anybody who has attended this conference will leave understanding what ICAMEC does.
Thank you so much. Can I just bother you for a second and ask, for the lawyers in the room, do you know what ICAMEC is? No? Some yes, some no. Okay. And for the business community, do you know what ICAMEC is? Okay. So clearly we still have a lot of work to do as an institution. So ICAMEC stands for the International Center for Arbitration and Mediation in Uganda. I'll give you a bit of background to help you understand why it was established. Before COVID, I don't remember when, now it's before COVID and after COVID. So before COVID, there was a conference in Kigali that had brought together ADR practitioners from across Africa. Amongst the practitioners, we had institutions from Nairobi, we had Kigali, we had Nigeria, we had South Africa. We had good representation of the African nations. Uganda, however, was not represented. I need to mention that Uganda was one of the first countries to establish a center. I don't know if you're familiar with Kenya. In fact, Kigali, which is now considered the Singapore of Africa in terms of ADR, came to Uganda to benchmark on Kenya. So they came to us, learned from us, right? And they passed us by miles, right? So when we were seated at that conference, as the Ugandans who attended, we said, you know what, we need to change this. We need to fix the problem. We cannot always be lagging behind, yet the people who we taught are going ahead of us. So we came back home and we engaged the then president of Law Society, who was Francis Kimara. And we told him, you know, we need to do something about this space. All the other countries are embracing ADR, we're being left behind. So Francis Kimara and other legal practitioners and the banking industry came together to establish the International Center for Arbitration and Mediation in Kampala. Now, what were the objectives? That it was not simply established so that we can say we have an institution. No. Some of the challenges that we Ugandans were facing is that if you wanted to get accredited to be a mediator, an adjudicator, an arbitrator, you either had to fly to Nairobi or South Africa or Nigeria. So one of our primary goals was to bring the accreditation to us so that Ugandans do not have to, and those exams are quite pricey. They range from about $650 to I think about maybe $1,000. That's you haven't considered the costs of travel and accommodation and the time it takes. So one of our priorities was to establish a hub in Uganda that could offer training and accreditation. The other thing that we had in mind is we wanted to create a platform or a center that could assist the business community, that could assist anyone that's interested in having their dispute resolved outside the courtroom. So what do we do at the center? So in case you have a dispute, right, and you think that it should be mediated or you want it to be arbitrated, or you have a construction dispute and the contract that you have has adjudication, What you do is you come to the center. You don't have to come physically. We have a website. You go to our website, right? www.icamec.org. On our website, you will find all the information you need with regards to how you engage with us so that we can help you have your dispute resolved out of the courtroom. So we established a center that now engages with the parties, engages with the business community. You don't have to be a lawyer. This practice is not restricted to lawyers. You could be an architect, you could be an engineer, you could be a surveyor, you could be a teacher, you could be a doctor, you could be a nurse. Any profession can come to the center. We train you in either mediation, adjudication, arbitration, and you get accredited. Once you're accredited, then you become a member of our panel. Now, the reason why ADR is attractive is that, let me give you a live example. We're in the land of cows and milk, right? There's some of you here. How many people have cows? I think the question should be how many people don't have cows? I think I have. So, okay, so let's use the cows as an example. Or people who do farming, right? Most of you are not actually at your farms, right? You have caretakers who take care of the cows, right? Would you agree with me that sometimes they have more information about the cows and their well-being than you? Is it possible? And sometimes they're not even educated. It's just they have been around livestock long enough for them to understand, you know what, this cow is like this, or this goat needs this, or this chicken are deficient in this. You get what I mean, right? So now, arbitration looks at people who are experts in the field and says, these are the people who should determine those disputes. If I have an issue involving construction, most lawyers do not have expertise in construction, right? But most of the judges have a legal background. Why not go to an engineer or an architect who has that background, who has that expertise to tell you that, you know what, this building is defective and I can tell that the cement was not properly mixed, or you name it, right? Why not go to, if it's a medical issue, why don't we get a doctor to determine the dispute? Why do we have to? The court calls for that doctor. The court calls for that architect. The court calls for that engineer to give them an expertise of resolving disputes this way is that you have expertise. This person is an expert in the field, meaning they will not take time. And Justice Alan, I don't know the nature of disputes that you come across your desk. I'm sure there's banking, I'm sure there's construction, I'm sure there is maybe malpractice, or you name it. Every time it's a new discipline, I'm sure you have to do some level of research, which takes a lot more time. So now, why not get that dispute and give it to an expert in the field to have it resolved? So what we do, the question was, what does ICAMEC do? ICAMEC trains professionals, right? In whether it's mediation, arbitration, adjudication, the different ADR subjects. We train you and give you the accreditation, in addition to your expertise, your undergraduate degree or your master's, to be able to determine these disputes for the business community. So we created a platform that allows you to bring your disputes to us. We help you with the process. We guide you. We appoint the people who are going to determine the dispute. We supervise the process and ensure that the process is well done. So that's what ICAMEC does. I hope now we understand. Do we now know what ICAMEC does? Yes.
Thank you very much, Nora. We're still here and we're going to discuss a lot more about what the institution does. So thank you very much for that opening insight about what ICAMEC does. On my immediate left is the Registrar General of the Registration Services Bureau of the Nation, where I believe our audience has interacted in one way or another. And needless to say, as a professional, I know that at the time of registering their business, people are smiling, they're shaking hands, and we might sit here and wonder how and in what ways does URSB help in dispute resolution. The Registrar General has been gracious enough to allow us to address her as Mercy, so I'll ask Mercy to please respond to that question. How does URSB interact, support, and offer any ADR register? Because we believe we come to you at the honeymoon stage of business formation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. Indeed, I love my name. I prefer to be called, referred to as Mercy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the protocol that has already been laid, but allow me to recognize the high table, which has judges and justices of courts of judicature, the current and former, including our board chair, the Right Honorable Francis Butagira was also a judge, so he is recognized, and thank you for convening this conversation, and to our chief guest and the keynote address. The community of Western Uganda, specifically Barara, we greet you. This discussion, I think it's the first time we're having such a discussion in Western Uganda formally. How I wish we had started this conversation like in 1986. How I wish. This conversation is very important, and when you look at when we had the metadata, the statistics that the Honorable Justice Kibawile mentioned, and Western Uganda topping the cases in the courts of judicature. Those are the cases in the courts of judicature. We don't know the cases in the LC court, the LC system and other systems. It means that we have a lot to undo, to unlearn in terms of resolving disputes. It is so concerning. Going back to what Miriam mentioned, thank you, Nora, for that presentation. And ICAMIC is doing a lot. I represent Uganda Registration Services Bureau, an institution of government that registers all your businesses, all your legal documents, including contracts, partnerships, deeds, all the security interest in movable property, which is movable property, the chattels that are used to access credit from banks, including cows that have been mentioned, livestock, and so on. URSB handles partnership registrations, where people come together to run a business and they enter an agreement that spells out what they are going to do, where they are going to open an account, who is going to be a signatory. URSB handles intellectual property registrations. The logo, the water that has been promoted by our good MC is registered. The shape, the design, the name are all protected as intellectual property. The processes, the utility models, the industrial designs, the traditional knowledge that protects more of our heritage as Africans or Ugandans. The copyright registrations. URSB goes further to resolve insolvency matters, to do business rescue, to take stock of companies that are failing and how they can be rescued. URSB handles even compensations for those companies that have failed in terms of payment of their dues, to handle disputes under all the laws that it implements. And I always say that it is until just last year, late last year, that we handed over the duty and the function of marriages, which is now handled by NIRA, having given them birth, death, and now marriage registration. So we handle disputes that relate to businesses every day. like Mariam mentioned, when you're starting these businesses, it's like getting into a marriage. You're in love. You're in honeymoon. You even don't want to sign. You say, take the shares. Where can I sign? Where can I sign? When you're registering these partnerships or documents or agreements for sale of land, you don't even read. You're just excited. You're at that excitement stage. But when these businesses start to thrive, that is when you tell the true colors of the shareholders or subscribers. Businesses for making profit, but we also have entities that do not make profit. We register them, like churches, orphanages, and those charity giving entities. You'll be shocked that we have a number of churches that are fighting over names. Somebody registers, let's say, Barara, God is Able Church, and you split as pastors, and the person goes to Gulu and establishes a branch, Barara God is Able Church, and they are fighting over the name. And you have to mediate, you have to hear these parties, high-profile people who are spiritual, who should be praying and laying hands on you to speak in tongues. But you're here mediating. They cannot go or forego any name just because they have split. Then coming to the worldly people, if I may mention that are not that category, families that are fighting over the wealth of the family. Maybe the head of the family died, and the children are fighting, and all these claims that we see. DNA, let's do DNA for you to do shares, to get shares from this company. So at the end of the day, you spend time defending yourselves as families, as company shareholders, as subscribers, instead of working. At the end of the day, you spend time in the courts of judicature or in the administrative spaces like QRSP that has quasi-judicial powers to listen to these cases. And 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, a year, the business is locked up because the parties have disagreed. I remember when I was still active in registration, when I was still registering businesses as an officer, I would handle so many cases, and one of the famous cases in one of the parts of this country was a hospital where a couple was divorcing, and this was the main hospital in that community. And they wanted this hospital shut because they had divorced, or they were separating, they were not on talking terms, and they were both shareholders in this hospital. And this hospital has about 300 patients. I use my discretion as a registrar to preserve the hospital and allow you to first settle your issues, but the hospital has to stay. Because that's what community. And up to now, this was like 10, 12 years ago, I met this couple and they appreciate the decision that I took. There are companies that are active. You have all these contracts, whether in private sector, to, let's say, to construct buildings or hospitals, and you're proceeding well, and just because a shareholder who has 2% has disagreed with you on a commission, they want this company to be got off the register. So what we do, we hear the parties, but we say, let's rescue the business. It already has loans, it already has contracts, as these people sort themselves out. So we face these cases every day as URSB. Cases concerning business registration, companies that exist. Cases concerning, we call them positions, especially for brands. Somebody takes your brand, and since we already mentioned Nivara, now instead of Nivara, somebody wants to register Nivara with the double R or what, it sounds the same, the bottle is almost the same. Why don't you come up with the original mark? And you have to hear all these matters. Businesses are lost. There are counterfeit products there. Their counterfeit products are fake copies of the original products. Well, they are copies of your book, like the book of ADR that was published by our chief guest and the books of our board chair. I mean, people make these copies, unauthorized copies. And so we have to resolve and hear these matters. So at URSB, we are small judges, if we may call ourselves. We hear cases, we have a well-trained, capacity-built staff. Some of the staff that are here, please stand up for recognition and wave. Others are out. All those are judges in their own respect. They hear matters. We have been trained so well, and we resolve them in the shortest time possible. And surprisingly, that the law provides, as I conclude on this point, the law provides that where parties are dissatisfied with the decision of the registrar at URSB, they can appeal to High Court. So where you're dissatisfied with any decision, you appeal to High Court. But what happens is that usually the cases that have gone to that level, the courts uphold our decisions. Even now courts are referring these matters, especially commercial matters, concerning shareholders, because they're overwhelmed with the numbers. The judges say no, they take it back to URSB to handle. URSB is the regulator. Why would we waste time or spend time handling this matter, which can be settled at URSB? So we handle these matters, and our board chair has been advising us to grow this, to set up a department of alternative dispute resolution and grow this function, because it is helping to protect a lot of businesses that are registered, intellectual property, because businesses thrive when you have all these protection measures in place, but also the timely resolution of any conflicts that arise. Colleagues, when you have a challenge in a business, don't look at its death. When you have a challenge as business partners, don't look at killing each other. Just get on the table and get these matters resolved. And maybe as I conclude finally, what we have found is that some of these causes of disputes are egos. People don't want to, yeah, how can you, me, son or so and so, maybe that one, you know, all those cultural, you see brothers fighting, you see sisters fighting. For a husband and wife, well, you can understand, because sometimes these are not blood relatives, but these blood relatives fighting. So let us put our egos down and get on the round table and resolve these matters, because they save businesses, they save families, they save legacies. But where symptoms persist, for us as small judges and big judges, we are there to mediate and handle these disputes. At least the government has put in place infrastructure for resolving disputes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mercy. That was deep and practical. If this were a masterclass and not a conference, one of the things that would come through in the class, as many speaker after speaker have spoken, without necessarily pointing out the fact that EDIA, as the dispute alternative mechanism, gives you party autonomy as the first tool. It first arms you with the ability to decide, like Nora said, who listens to your case, where you want your matter to be heard, but also the part that I want to bring out from Mercy's conversation is the ability and the flexibility to shrink the rules. Unlike litigation, where you have everything cast in stone, with ADR, party autonomy gives you latitude to even decide how far, how wide, how deep you want to go with issues. So the issue of the hospital that was reserved doesn't mean that the dispute went away. If you had a conversation and a discussion, it doesn't mean that the issue went away, but somewhere in between, before rushing to conclude, something was said, value was added, and then we went ahead. When we have the afternoon panel, you hear from the construction lawyers, they also have those mechanisms. So ADR is not an absolute black or white. That brings me to my next panelist, Sila. We have business community here, and your segment is going to be about investor confidence. And I think before we even get into anything, we're going to dispel the myths around investor confidence, but also help the investors, if we confirm that the business community, in their definition, are investors, because we think investors are the big conglomerates and the multilateral organizations that bring green money or other colored money. So Sila, talk to us about investor confidence, demystifying the myths around it, and how ADR indeed is a tool that these investors need to have in their arsenal.
Thank you, Nanza. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. People always come to the law for solutions, even when sometimes the solutions they want are actually ridden with bad faith. Sometimes they'll come to a lawyer and they just want to delay a case, or they don't have the money to resolve a dispute at that time. So when we're talking about ADR for the business community, there are different forms of ADR. Mediation. And in mediation, you get a party who is not involved in the dispute or with the parties, and this party guides your discussions and you craft your own solutions with the guidance of this neutral party. Then you also have arbitration. Arbitration is more like a courtroom, all right? Except instead of the government appointing a judge, you and the disputing party appoint your own judge privately. Now, many times when clients come to us and they're asking, but why should I get into this so-called ADR? Who is supervising it? What is it? I want a proper lawyer. I want a judge. I don't want anything else. So to the business community here, who are all investors in our economy, ADR, first of all, is founded on the law. Every ADR mechanism that is practiced in Uganda has its basis in the Constitution, in the Arbitration and Conciliation Act, in mediation rules, and in so many other different laws. So as an investor, as a business owner, feel confident that Parliament, the Constitution, the judiciary have oversight over the process. And as I said, it's overseen by the court. There are rules that are governing your neutral party, your arbitrator, your adjudicator. So court is still having an eye over it. So for those of you who feel confident, only when the system is backed by law, backed by a court, feel confident that the court still has an eye into these processes, and even though it may not be that you're sitting directly before Justice Nshimye, Justice Nshimye in Barara will still have a say in the process, and I'm going to show you how. The decisions arrived at in the ADR mechanisms are enforced by courts. If you go to a mediator and you settle, you will enter into a settlement agreement. That settlement agreement becomes enforceable by court. So you cannot just say, no, we were seated at Hotel Triangle, we had this settlement and agreement, but I don't recognize it anymore. I'm going back to court. When you run to Justice Nshimye, he will tell you, no, you agreed, and I'm going to enforce what you agreed. If you go to an arbitrator, the private judge who has sat and listened to you, the arbitrator will make a decision, which is what we call an award. When that award is issued to you, you will go and enforce. If you have any issues, you may raise them, and the law provides circumstances to a court, provided you have a genuine complaint that the law provides for. Now, during mediation, arbitration, adjudication, and all these ADR processes, business person, you don't know the technical legal terms, for example, you may be worried about that. People are talking about nemodat and all these other Latin names. At every process, to be represented by your lawyer. And your lawyer,
I think what she was from the participants, none few, but we are going to take just 3 minutes to understand better what the institutions do. This segment will make brand with now.
The difference between negotiation, mediation, arbitration, adjudication. No. I think that's where I find a few things. You know when you go to the market, the gentleman, you go to the market too, right? Yes. So you know when you go to the right, the conversation when the seller tells you these shoes are $150. So, for example, for the business community, when you're entering into a contract, let's go back to the organic environment. So let's say you have your farm and you have milk, your cows are producing milk every day, and you're looking for a dairy. That's what they call it, right? It's a dairy. A dairy that is going to sell the milk for you. So the conversation that you have as the owner of the milk and the person that's going to sell, or the dairy owner, that's a negotiation. We're together? Yes? And we're angry. Anyway, let's move on. So that engagement has just you and the other party. You're negotiating, right? It's in the name. Now, let's go to mediation, right? Mediation is negotiation with the third party. So, Sila has the milk, Mercy has the dairy farm, right? They have disagreed, right? I'm the mediator. So now you involve a third party, right? Who has no relationship with Sila, who has no relationship with Mercy, to come and facilitate the conversation. We get the difference between negotiation and mediation, right? Okay, great. Now, arbitration. Arbitration is, so what happens is, when you enter into a contract, when you're in love and you enter into the contract and you're happy, there's something people in our industry called a champagne clause. It's the one you throw in there when the champagne is popping, you're celebrating, they're giving you the money, you're already spending it, right? Now that clause is normally an alternative dispute resolution clause. So that clause in the contract normally says that in case of a dispute, with regards to the contract that we have for this dairy and farm activity, in case a dispute arises, maybe Mercy says, no, I gave you 300 liters, the money you have given me does not equate to that. Until I said, no, the money I gave you is what I'm supposed to give you, right? So you will have in your contract a clause that says, in case we have issues, we shall either start with negotiation for 14 days. If that doesn't work, we go before a mediator for another 30 days. If that doesn't work, we finally go before an arbitrator. Now, the difference between arbitration and mediation is that arbitration is like a private court. The court that you go to where Justice Alan Chime presides, that is a public court, right? The court, where you go when you have an arbitration clause is, it's called arbitration, right? Now, they have almost the same powers as the judge. It is simply, the difference between the normal court and this one is that it is private. And what does that mean for the business community? When you go to an arbitrator, right? Let's call them a private judge. You can agree on anything. You can agree that, you know what? We don't need witnesses. The documents, the receipts, and the vouchers speak for themselves. This is an issue of land, right? The title speaks for itself. The process is so flexible that you don't even need rules. The essence of arbitration, and it was created specifically for the business community, is to provide you with a platform that does not tie you down, that does not restrict you. As much as she said you can have a lawyer, you don't need a lawyer. In arbitration, you can show up with your documents, present them. In arbitration, you can sit anywhere. You can say, we're going to Hotel Triangle. You can say, no, we're going to that beach in Antelope. We can go to the beach and sit there. You can say, we shall go to my mother's compound and sit there. Then we can say, we shall do everything online. It's supposed to enable or ease make doing business and resolving disputes easy for the business community. We're together? We're listening, right? Yes. So that's the difference. One is a negotiation between me and you. The other one has a neutral third party who just facilitates. And then the arbitration is like a private court. So I hope we are on the same page with regards to that.
Thank you, Nora. I think we are going to see the initiatives for a later time so that we give the audience a chance to ask questions. Please start noting your questions so that we make the question and answer very easy. So please hold to them. Let me have a minute for Mercy from the methods that Nora has explained. What is your RSB implementing in terms of ADR practically?
Well, it is more of mediation and mediation and mediation because they are arbitration entities that are assigned to do that work. So we do more of mediation, and some of the laws do give specific interventions to make. So we listen to the parties and make them take decision or reach a decision. And when they are not satisfied, they go to the party that is aggrieved can go to a higher court. That we've done.
You do more mediations. For those who want to know about the methods, they are there on the flyers, and during the networking session, feel free to approach any of the panelists and ask specifically if one has caught your interest. And maybe to add on Nora's discussion, she also talked about contracting. And that is where, again, the lawyers come in because they help you to decide way in advance, before you even the dispute arises, whether you want to put negotiation, arbitration, mediation, or sometimes a hybrid. I think we'll hint more on that when Sila is talking to the investors. When exactly do you choose if you're going to go the traditional court system or not? But as we conclude this panel discussion and come to the Q&A, Sila, why are lawyers not encouraging clients to take on ADR?
So it is a two-pronged issue. First of all, lawyers may feel that getting a client to go for mediation, arbitration, or any other ADR process makes you less of a lawyer. Traditionally, we all want our lawyer to fight for us, right? When I turn up into a room and I am not wearing my coat, the dark colors, I'm not speaking very big English, I'm not using legal terms, sometimes clients wonder, is this really a lawyer? Because traditionally, as Justice Chiawe said, since 1902, we now feel that lawyers have to be fighters, using words. So sometimes lawyers feel that if they offer ADR as a solution, their client will think they're not real lawyers. Then, clients, on the other hand, also do not want sometimes to get into because they want to fight. As we've had, ego, your title, your right, you want to prove that I was the person who was right. And so for those reasons, many times lawyers do not advise their clients to get into ADR. And sometimes it's as basic as thinking that you will not earn money when you opt for ADR. The court case will go on for 6 years. Each time I appear, I will be paid 500,000. Therefore, if I resolve your dispute in 6 months, how am I going to earn a living? And that is sometimes the mentality that lawyers have to say, I'm going to take this as far as it can go so that I can earn more.
Thank you very much. I believe the lawyers in this house are going to have a change of heart, and even the clients themselves are now empowered to make an independent choice when the time comes. We really want to give the audience time to ask questions. Penny is going to help us take a mic around. Just raise your hand. You can address it to the panel or a specific panelist, and then we'll take 2 and then get the responses, and then 2. So Penny, choose your first 2 and then thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Penny, for the protocol observed. Called President Richard. I work with Network Allied Transport Co. Development Initiative. I'm here under 2 invitations. Our chief guest and the panelists. I want to first introduce someone who not introduced. And most of us here, we are here because of him, the chairperson of our State Traders Association. We have not been recognized to our chief guest. Most of us, we are here because of him. And before I ask my questions, I want also to appreciate PRSB. Before us here, for most times we have interacted with PRSB under him and the State Traders Association. So after that, I want to recognize and appreciate the speech by the chief guest. He took us back to what we used to study in the schools, the African National Society. And what we have said, what I have said, ADR is the real traditional African society we used to have, where clan leaders, the chiefs, used to take part in resolving issues before they go to court. So I will appreciate. So my questions are, lawyers, the one we call our land friends, are you ready to adopt the ADR systems? Because you are the problem. Yeah, you don't want people to resolve issues before they go to court. You have interest. So are you ready? Question 2. How are you ready to partner with civil society organizations? The faith-based, the community-based, to make sure the ADR works well. I liked the justice when he was talking. He gave us an example. I want also to give here an example which may guide us. Whenever we go to elections, we would have post-election violence wars in Kasese. We use the Kasese communities to fight that, and it has not happened. I advocate lawyers, the land friends, use communities. It will help solve post-conflict wars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll request the next speakers to please use 2 minutes so that everybody in the room gets a chance. Thank you very much, Penny. Next one, that wasn't a question, I think it was a comment.
No, we had a question.
Is it to anyone on the panel or directly? To the lawyers. Everybody. Okay, we shall respond to it. Next question.
Let me pick a lady.
Thank you so much. President Observed. Maybe my question will be to, I've got the Sun Sophia. I'm running a company called Green Space Investment. That is my company, and I'm a member. of Basita. And me, my question will go to, it is the lady in black and red. Thank you so much. And how I wish ADR could come here to Mbarara. Because we have so many issues around it. And of which, if you are to see, if we have this engagement, office here in Mbarara, things will be a bit soft. In a way here, lawyers bring more, I don't know how I can say it, but I think it will go to the person from High Court since he's here. I think the magistrates, let them at least give time to clients and you first listen to the both parties before they bring in lawyers. Because these lawyers, they confuse the things. In a way, it is not a matter. In a way, your magistrates here, they listen more to their lawyers more than the clients. That's why you see we are having many people in Chamborani and Kachik and this prison at the Bank of Uganda. If you go there and visit them, because we normally go there and visit them, if you find out, you see some of them are in jail for just some issues which can be resolved.
Sophie, what is your question?
My question is, to the High Court since he's here and heading us here, at least let there be, it is a request, it is not a question.
Thank you very much.
Let there be, at least the magistrates give time to someone who is reporting and the client such that he listens before the lawyers come in. Because those people handle things. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sophie. And because the Chief Magistrate is here, those comments and some of those things that are Mbarara specific, we will give him time at the end of this panel to address. That means we have room for one more question. That was just a comment. Let's take one question, then respond to two.
This was a valid one. He approached me in the break.
Okay. One question. If it's a question, please keep it brief. If it's a comment, address it to whoever is in the room, then you can give them time later.
I think it is good Sunday, it is good to know that you are lawyers. Abomanya ni omwe watu iro mushambo nukwebera abasubuzi omo nani nzimwe baba jaji witu abokaka tukabura twatu iro mushambo mukoti yatugambara mtu tuzumiliation konkaroya wagambedi tujiremo mediation n'ogesha wo alpanga kisa akuja mtafe when sababu jaji abaza training the lawyers ahokuba nitwe yomokuba mubasuzwa academic cooperative society tukatabaza state council bwensonga yakaterikika okaya tulisitasa tugireme mediation tugire oroya tunangomuyaya oka oroya wa kanso yamananga kwiza kwemu abugaraze batraining lawyers yego ngene kuza mu community
wewe walenuka edina lyawe did you tell us your name, sir? That was another comment. No question. What's your name, sir? The name? Thank you very much, Peter. And that was another comment, so we have room for a question. Let's get the questions, I think, then the comments so that one person can address. So questions, please.
Thank you so much. I'm going with Francesca, I'm the Deputy Chairperson General, Deputies of National Organization of Trade Unions. I'm also a trader in Basita. My question is, yes, you said you will train lawyers to go to court. Now, which arrangements do you have to train lawyers for alternative dispute resolutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will be ably answered. Let's get the two responses. I think Mercy will take the general question to lawyers, Nora will respond to the training. Did you read the first question? Then we'll go to the next set of questions.
Yes, the question concerning lawyers. Lawyers have become lawyers. Yes. But I think it's not about the legal profession. It is about the personality as well and the nature of training and exposure. Some lawyers prefer litigation because they are litigants, but others prefer those alternative dispute resolutions. And we have a number of them, and even in the courts of judicature, it's almost now mandatory for cases that are reported to be, they give provision for parties to first talk. And so let's not generalize lawyers. Lawyers are very good. I see so many of them here. They mean well. They just need to change the mindset in terms of what is emerging. And also changing the mindset takes some time and training, which colleagues like Nora and Isata will talk about. So bear with us. I'm also a lawyer. Sometimes I forget that I'm a lawyer. When you become an administrator in government offices, you end up being reduced to handling people's egos, because it's not about actually the companies that we handle, but also the people that handle these cases. Before you know it, they'll tell you this registrar doesn't want to speak with this person. So you want to make, and meanwhile the client is waiting for their case to be heard. So as a registrar, as a lawyer and a leader, I have to tell the client, please wait for me, and then I go resolve the in-house issues, because these people are not talking, and the client needs a service. So it all applies even in our personal lives. And so it's about personalities. I've worked with lawyers. They can be hard to regulate, yes, as a leader. But I've also worked with scientists and artists and what human beings are very hard to deal with. So let's understand, put it at that level, like that. We can train, yes, even the mediators and all these people that are not lawyers, to just embrace this model that has been here. It is an African model, by the way. It's an African model. It's not an alternative dispute resolution. It is actually the main dispute resolution procedure. These other courts came later, but it can be done, and with a change of mindset and the right people in terms of training, we can get every community on board, including lawyers, doctors, engineers, traders. Dealing with traders is not easy. Also, so we all have, it's a personality issue, so let's not professionalize the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We do have parting shots. Maybe answer that. Training in your parting shots, because there's a lot we want to hear from the participants. So please take note. The training is going to be answered. Let's take 2 more questions.
Thank you very much, our panelists and the initiators of this conference. My name is Oyan Kore. I am the coordinator, Greater Marara United Media Association. I have 2 questions. One, I'm very grateful to maybe that lady in the middle. These people have taken great interest in joining you, and then they are not lawyers. How possible is it for us to enroll with you starting from today? Question 2 goes to my best friend, our Justice, His Lordship, Justice Alan Ishi. I have a concern, my Lord, that the cases we have today, which are sometimes labeled as criminal instead of civil. Your people called the state, your people called the police, have got more interest in such cases than the community members. And those cases are usually prolonged and prolonged because your state, so-called your state, if you do not have money in your birthday, and you must see the state, you hardly can win that case. And the case may be rather minimum, it could be resolved under this arrangement of alternative dispute resolution. But you are so-called people. And as a result, your Lord, my Lord, people are lining up before the RDC. You find very many people lining up. Why are they lining up at the RDC's office? They are fearing your people there. The police, your state, and lastly, my Lord. These several claims people. I was at your court on Tuesday. I tell you the place was congested. People could not even have where to stand. I request that one time you wake up from your chambers and you walk around and you see how people are suffering, my lord. People are suffering. I rest my case, I thank you.
1 minute, audience, please, let's have some order. Because of the nature of the questions, the panel has agreed that we cannot wait until the end for Justice Trini to address them. And because some of them called the banning, to borrow a word there. So people who are banning, you can't just say drink some water and cool down. So we'll give him 3 minutes to first address this, and then we come back to you. Thank you very much.
I will still talk at the end, no problem. But I thank Butagira and the company. The reason why we have this meeting today is to sensitize and all learn. Please interpret it, so that we all learn.
Umugasho wo kugera iterambere nabo kwenda mutwenda twegere hamwe mu bintu ebushoboze bwa.
So here we are discussing as friends and we are equal.
Tuganira hati kabone mwani.
It's important for us to all understand. For starters, when you say those people of yours, for us, for me, I'm judicial. Judiciary is different from state, from prosecution. And we are different from prisons. And different from police. But the law says when you are the judge in the circuit, you then give, you're like the chairperson of the guidance. I can tell them that, hey, I've heard this from police, what is happening? So that is why I'm here to give guidance, but we then appoint and blame where they should be. Now, I've heard you also blaming lawyers. I'm very happy that their president is here. And it's good for everybody to carry their own cross. And the president is also from this region. And the president, yes, some of your lawyers, when we come for mediation, they refuse. That is what the people are saying, they're here. A person certain is the client says, don't go there, not allowed to go there. It is the lawyer who has refused, not the what? The people. Not so. Yes. So let him carry his own cross, he will talk later for his own cross. And this time round, you won't say that the judges are telling us this. The people are here speaking clearly, you're hearing. For them, they want to settle, a lawyer does what? Refuses. When I talked earlier, I was trying to say some lawyers need training to know how to earn money when they even do mediation. And Mr. President, matters that have come to my court and have been settled, I always tell the clients, you're still going to pay the lawyers. So we settle, but we pay the what? So that one is what I do. Lawyers must be paid because they went to school, their parents paid for them, they studied something you don't know. That's why they are called lawyers. So they have to be paid, even when they mediate you. But let me also now handle you now, you are here. The case is for who? Is it for the lawyer? So how do you say the lawyer refused? You understand? It is your case, not so. Let us stop also pretending. You carry your cross. Carry what? When your
lawyer is having a problem and refusing to mediate when you have to mediate, you are allowed to get another lawyer. You understand? You are allowed to do what? But even when that fails, let me even give you another better trick. If you're fighting with your friend and I'm fighting with him, and my lawyer says don't negotiate, and this one says don't negotiate, but two of you have done what? You have negotiated and concluded the matter. You leave the lawyer at home and come to me to a chamber and say, my lord, we have come to you. Because for us here, we have agreed. Now call the lawyers and they make them sign for us and we have agreed. Because I can mediate you even without the lawyers. But because I used to be in legal practice, I will still call the lawyers and say, now come. Normally we call them in chambers. Some of you have been in court, you've been there. We call them in chambers because it is not good manners to quarrel in public. So we go to chambers and they say, but what is the problem with you? If the case yours, so now it is not your case, what is your problem? You're going to be paid. The clients want to settle, you refusing them. So that is what I would advise. Even for criminal matters, if somebody has given you your boat, given you a check to pay for your land, and the check has bounced, you're the first one who takes your bad manners and you take him to police. When you are done with on a civil matter. Then when you report it and it gets the police number and now it is in police, then you say now we have agreed, we have settled. And then you say now police remove it. I think it's of Uganda. The government matters don't work like that. But if you still have a matter like that, you can still also come to a judge and say, I had taken this one to police. We have agreed. Okay? But they are disturbing us at police. Can you please find out how we can resolve the matter? Before you reach there, I pick a phone, I call the DPP and say, come to my chambers. I call the police, take up to chambers, and I ask them, both of you, this is not your case. And then we resolve it according to the law. That is not a problem. If it is not easy to reach a judge's office, we have got a registrar. The trick always, if you reach a judge, I will tell you the best trick. You put it in writing and you say, my lord, I write a letter. Automatically, nobody can sit on the letter officially written and they stay with it. It's called insubordination. Once you put it in writing and you sign and put it
can we agree that we take as many as we can in the next 10 minutes and address them? But I know for a fact that even the afternoon panel is going to somehow address these, that if they don't, we try to manage the time of the program so that if we are done by 4, then we have an hour and a half to do all the question and answer. If that's okay with you, Sila will give us her concluding remarks on the issue of the lawyers. My panel will give their parting shots. We will take as many as we can in 10 minutes. In fact, while they give their parting shots, I'm going to task Penny to get the 3 burning. I think we can only fit in 3 in 10 minutes. And I request that those don't get answered when the afternoon panel is done. Some of them could get answered along the way. Because the afternoon panel is less academic and more practical. We have construction law, we have business, we have your own representative from this region who knows your problems like the back of her hand. Damali is a practicing alternative dispute lawyer. She's a lawyer, but she's also a trained ADR specialist. So maybe there in your question will be answered, but again, if it is not, then we have much more time because the program will be done. So my Sila is going to give her remarks on the lawyer and parting shots. The panelists will give parting shots while Penny collects the questions that can fit in 10 minutes. So Sila, Nora, and Mercy, as we wait for the last questions.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a practicing lawyer. Lawyers are paid servants of the client. The client is the boss of the lawyer. The lawyer is not the boss of the client. Are you getting that? Lawyers are paid servants of the client. Our job as lawyers is to listen to you, the client, understand the solution you want, and find ways within the law to give you that solution. We are not your bosses. You, the client, is our boss. Therefore, as a client who goes to the lawyer's office, walk confidently. Speak to your lawyer confidently. If you want ADR, instruct them to pursue ADR. And if they refuse, as Justice Chimie has said, you can change a lawyer. So please, at the risk of sounding bad to my learned colleagues, please, our business communities, stand within your shoes, within your rights as the client, and don't allow to be the servant of your lawyer. On a positive note, somebody asked whether lawyers are ready to change into ADR. Yes, they are. That is why half of the people here are lawyers. We are all undergoing training. We are all in the pipeline to change, to be able to serve our clients and our communities better. So let's work together, and I'm sure that our societies will be able to resolve these very many pending issues, but together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sila. Nora, especially the training questions, it was coming over and over again.
Okay, so I think there was a gentleman, sorry, I didn't catch your name, from Media Association. Thank you so much. I don't know if you remember, when I was speaking, I said anyone can be a mediator. Anyone can be an arbitrator. There's a running joke during our trainings that if in your arbitration clause you indicate that I want Mr. Witch Dr. X to arbitrate this dispute, you are stuck with him. Even a witch doctor can determine a dispute. If you choose him and you put him in your contract, he can determine. But if it's an issue concerning cultural You know what I mean? Wouldn't you be skilled enough to determine that dispute? So when it comes to the opportunities that are available for the business community, one, let me tell you what Stanbic Bank is doing now. Stanbic Bank, for you to be on their list of lawyers, you have to show that you have done ADR training, right? So maybe for the business community also, you can require your lawyers to show you that they have done ADR training. Some of the times where lawyers have issues with ADR is simply because they don't understand it or they don't appreciate it. So what we do at the center is we train everyone, not just the lawyers. We train everyone. So the business community, you don't need lawyers to mediate your disputes. You can also be trained to attain the skills and then determine your own disputes or resolve your own disputes. So as a parting shot, what I can say is that while we focused initially on Kampala when we were starting out, going forward, we're going to have regional trainings. So we will not make you come to Kampala. We're going to be bringing the trainings to Barara, to the regions. So one last thing I want to say, just to show you the impact of training. Damali, if you could still kindly stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, in March 20 this year, before the war, yes, before the war, Damali, the Iran war, just to be clear, because it was 28th March or something. Now, the center had a training, right, in arbitration. Damali came all the way from Barara for 5 days and attended the training. The reason why you are here in this room is because of Damali. She was so inspired that she came, and within a space of, 2-3 months, she has put together and convened this event. So ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to come to Kampala. You have already someone that you can start with. So don't be worried about the Kampala ones. You also have your own, who will even understand you and probably speak your language. So when it comes to training, we're going to bring the trainings to you. And so we encourage the business community and the lawyers to please come on board, get accredited, get the training. It's another way, it's another revenue stream. Beyond resolving your own disputes, you can resolve other people's disputes and get paid for that. So how you get to our panel is, once you get the training from us, you apply, and once you have the accreditation, we put you on our panel. If we have people from Barara with a dispute, we shall say in Barara we have Mr. This, Miss This, Miss This. You can have them mediate your dispute, you can have them resolve your disputes. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much, Laura. And just to let you know, Damali is also my business partner at the ADR Center. ICAMEC is very good and focused on the professionals who want to practice. On the side of the center, we are focusing on the users, the business community who want to understand and implement ADR. So we work together. Mercy, your parting shots.
Thank you so much. As long as your business is registered, intellectual property is registered, when you have a challenge, please approach us. You may even seek guidance before you go ahead. Government has put in the infrastructure within the Uganda Registration Services Bureau to handle your matters. You don't even have to come to Kampala. We have the Barara branch. Mr. Nicholas Umwebaze is the small registrar general of this area, the whole of Western Uganda, and your team. He will resolve the matters, or we shall send a team to back him up. So we are always available, but maybe just humanly speaking, let's endeavor to be peacemakers instead of warmongers. There are people who are natural, who want war at all costs. Batakulachi, entire. They dig, So let's be peacemakers. Let's try to find peace. And where the business is making losses through even this dispute resolution, you can create another one. But maybe lastly, don't rush into getting everyone to be a shareholder or partner in business. People change. People change. That is why in just a few years ago, Uganda amended the Companies Act to now even allow one person to register a company. So you can register a single member company. It used to be that any 2 or more people can register a company. For a business name, it has always been 1 person. So you can just register your entity and put a few people who you trust to be secretary, or who will address the matters of the company in case you die at 100 years, because I believe in a long life as a Christian. But also avoid using witch doctors as administrators. We kill the whole thing on a lighter note. I thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers. We are ready to resolve disputes. Let's endeavor to resolve disputes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm cutting short. I'm coming to the question from myself. Is dispute is inevitable. People will dispute, but damage is not. Dispute is inevitable. Dispute will happen, but damage shouldn't come alongside the dispute resolution. So thank you very much. We will take in as many questions as we can for only 15 minutes, and then whatever we can't respond to, either you'll approach the panelists over lunch, or we pass them on to the next panel, who I believe at the end of that panel you'll be able to have some answered or responded to. So can you please try this side of the room?
Yeah, I'm going to cross to this side. But there
Yes,
was
there are questions that
one lady, I was one gentleman lady. She has a 30-second question.
The 30 seconds start now. Your name and straight to the question, please.
Thank you very much.
May we please give her all our attention and kindly speak up so that we don't have to say pardon me, pardon me.
I'm Justice Fisher, Honorary Justice by name, not by title. My question is, at what stage should we go for ADR? Because as the chief guest was addressing us, he was like, there's backlog in the courts. So me, I thought the main purpose of this conference is not to make us come to court, but rather solve it from the grassroots, as in on the first day.
Thank you. That question will be answered by Mercy before she leaves, but again, we mentioned that as long as you put dispute resolution in your clause from the time of contract drafting, but she'll respond in a second. The next question, please.
I'm John Zena Singwile from Mara Business Club, business in town. I have one question, a comment, and a request. My question is, what do we have as in both mediation and arbitration? The 2 words are too ambiguous. I don't differentiate them easily. Which one do we practice at High Court here in Barara? Secondly, is we have it's a concern. We have all the guys, all gentlemen. How do I pronounce make it? But those mediators of ours here, some of them I know, they are retired magistrates. The way they handle issues is old-fashioned, either or they are too corrupt in them. I'm not being funny, but the way they handle issues is I wonder how many issues they resolve.
Okay.
I attend some of which, but you will wonder. So to me, I would request that we have those people who are trained in mediation. Like for example, you said the doctor of Damari. They can handle issues.
You have 20 seconds. You have 20 seconds.
Another one is a request. I request that you gazette, we get in the ADR office or kind of thing in the Barara, and we know where to go. Then lastly, I have to appreciate Madam Mathe. I didn't know that URSB can also do as this kind of business.
Thank you very much. The request has reached Chief Justice's ears. We are not going to add on. The question will be responded to by Nora, difference between mediation and arbitration. She has a representative here from URSB who is going to be able to
but the terms have to be read and understood. Usually the terms question. Are you satisfied? I have
Thank you. We appreciate that you stepped back to answer that. Penny, maybe we have space for two more. Some tips Nora will give us that. Nora, please write, I think all the things are training related. You will have 3 minutes to answer the training related questions. Next. Penny, please make it fast. To answer it or every.
All practitioners who are dealing in this.
Please choose one. Please choose one so that we have that. There's a head of lawyers here. There are lawyers on this panel.
I don't know that bureaucracy and there are levels, but they are talking about the ego and etc. When you get overwhelmed and you go back to your homes, who handles your mental health?
I think Sila will answer that question.
Secondly,
Yes.
I have loved the idea of the ADR and I really think that it is going to work. But before it works, I think you need to do a multidisciplinary.
The one of mental health, as Nora takes us on the training. Yes, and then one more question.
My name is Wendy Stevens. I'm a lawyer.
Some of these will be responded to. If they are not, then we'll have much more time. So let's have the 3 answers. Sila Sila, Nora, and Justice Junior, and then we see, we shall evaluate at that point.
Thank you. Lawyers' mental health is handled like any other normal person. A lawyer can choose to see a professional who can help them to learn how to de-stress. However, lawyers are bound by the duty of confidentiality. We are not allowed to discuss anything to do with our clients with anyone else other than maybe the partners in your law firm. So I think that is why most lawyers are skeptical about coming to professionals. But if the professionals can ring fence and find ways of helping lawyers to de-stress without breaching their confidentiality duty, I'm sure lawyers will be happy to. And so you also have a duty to sensitize the lawyers about what you offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Sila. Nora?
All right, I'll try and make mine very short because we had kind of covered it. Tips on how to deal with big egos. Training. If you want to attain the skill, you have to do the training. So when we send out the call for training, please respond, come attain the skills, and start resolving your disputes. Then there was a question about what happens in court is arbitration or mediation. I think that's mediation. What happens in court?
Court annexed.
Yeah, it's court annexed mediation. So I hope I've answered everything.
Thank you very much. We're going to give Dennis a chance here. Then we come to the judge, and then we sadly have to close this session. I know prematurely, but I assure you, if the afternoon panel doesn't respond to your questions, we will have time. So say something from the discussion. You've been following as a participant, you've been here hearing us taking the shots, and then we'll go to Justice Nshimba.
Okay, thank you so much. Since my boss, the Registrar General, had said it all, I want to greet you, but also to encourage you to embrace our ADR options at URSB. If you have company-related disputes, first come to us. If you have business-related disputes, come to us. We have a regional office here. The regional head is here. You can go there and have your matters addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the final one, we're going to give the last 5 to Justice Zimmer, and then we'll have to close for lunch and come back in time for the afternoon session.
You know, judicial officers these days also suffer from mental stress. And what my friend Council Wednesday is doing with mental stress on my back. Because Council Wednesday there knows the answers, he's just pretending. So he just wanted to make sure I said something. Now I don't know if it is meant to stress me or not. But let me answer this properly. Let's not make things complicated. Okay? There is nothing complicated in life. You understand? There's not anything complicated in life. It is not there. Now, what the lawyer is saying, Wendy, which he wanted to now educate the non-lawyers here, there are some matters that cannot be negotiated. Let me give an example. If you go and you've had people who go and if you end up sleeping with a girl or a woman who is above 18 years, you understand? At that stage, because they are above 18 years, they have agreed that is called consensual sex, not so? Yes. But then if you get somebody who is 17 years, even if they are the ones who have drugged you and have paid for you and have done everything, it is called defilement. Do you get the two differences there? Yes. So many people in our culture which you've heard about, they say, for us, in our culture, they have what they call kuterura. For us, we have agreed, we have paid the cows, the girl has agreed, the other family has agreed, we are all in uniform. You people are the ones who are confusing us as lawyers and judges, not so? But that is a law where you can't negotiate because it's called what? Defilement. Now, even for commercial matters, there are some matters where the law puts a blockade. For example, they have taken your land. A person is dealing with the land, tilling it, 12 years pass, and you come. Council Gwenje there, who is well trained as a very good lawyer, will say there's something called limitations. There's also limitation on some particular aspects. Now, those are technical issues that a lawyer can guide. I think you are speaking about a contract. Is it 6 years? Yes, you have 6 years, nothing has happened, now you wake up in the 7th year. Gwenje says, a limitation won't even pay But for you in your heart, you know that you took the things and you should have done what? Right. So what does the ADR mean? It means that you can go to the lawyer and say, my friend, even if I know there's limitation and you can go and plead for me and I don't have to pay this person, I think in my heart, I now want to do what? Pay. There is no harm, even if you're a lawyer, because now I'm advising both sides. There is no harm with saying, this transaction was in 2021. It is not a certain limitation. But the parties are voluntarily of their own willingness, agreed to pay a non-committal fee of so much without prejudice. There are many languages they add there. Because also the law allows two people to, two consenting adults to agree. You understand? So that is now how we can mix the lawyers with their legal knowledge and you the party to get a solution. You can even say, I know 6 years passed, I don't have to pay you even if you went to the Supreme Court. Even go and ask the judge, and I will say, yes, 6 years passed, he can't pay you. But you can say, now, for me, in my heart, I've decided to pay you 3 million and we forget it. It does not mean that you have broken the law. It just means that two people have agreed. Whichever way. Now, the drafting, you give it to the lawyers. They will know how to do what? To draft it. I hope I've answered you, Council Wendy. The bottom line with this remedy is let's find a solution where you create peace. At least if I told you are 90 years, because I've been alive for now more than 5 decades, I have seen people, when they're on their deathbed, and they have called me to make a will, and they said this one, you do this, and you said, to be honest, this other land, I didn't pay that family very well, so please get this land and try to fight that widow. Now, this is somebody you cheated 20 years ago. Now, because you're scared that you're about to get to God and God will ask you what you did, people end up trying to do what? To rectify issues. Now, at that stage, there's limitation. You stole something in the 1970s, even the one you stole it from died, maybe the family stayed there suffering, you're feeling guilty in your heart. You see, you want to have peace. So in simple terms, this is meant to teach you how to do peace. But then procedurally, what do we have to do peace? Now that is where the discussions are, what we call training. We also do training as court. Okay, last month. We did training of a couple of mediators. Many of them are not even lawyers. I think over 20 also. Okay? These people do even much more specialized training, which is also good for you. So as a businessman or woman, as I had I should go, the one who was saying that she's a psychologist. This is now how the Bible talks about the women who are about to get a blessing. You can also be a businesswoman in your business. And you go and do training, and then you become an official arbitrator in the region. They say the classified person is that one. You sit at your home in Chamgorani, and once in a while they send big cases and you resolve them. Just like you had the president, Uganda started saying, he's a lawyer, they are powerful, but they have also come here to meet somebody to arbitrate them. I don't know if you get what the point is. There's a chance here also for opportunity for us business. If you're an accountant, you can't do arbitration, you will sit here. They will say, we need a person who has done accounting. We don't want somebody who is a lawyer who will understand us, and business comes to you. Even us to refer matters to people. If matters of Ufumbo come to us, we refer them to the clergy. We say, please you handle, because for me, I cannot handle that. I talk about sin. You can handle and resolve. In that way, you get paid because you have been trained adequately. So on that note, I needed two contacts. His worship Mukuru is here, please stand up, sir. Yes, that one is a very serious magistrate in Bala. So his worship Mukuru, I request you to get the number of the head of the business people. I think it's seated there, sir. I didn't get the name and his name. The next time we do even our own small training, our smaller training as a high court, and you'll be given a certificate. We are going to call you and call your schools. They come to train there. Ours just introduces you and we give you a small certificate. Now, when you have to carry it on, please go to these ladies there. Those ones now train you more and you're earning now. This is now really doing business that you want to do. But also at the same time, I want the number of the lady who said that she's a professional what? Psychologist. We need them. Actually, I'm just calling that the judiciary and then we coordinate with the High Court environment. We need them every day because of the problems you bring to us, you people who are here. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, my Lord.
Yes. Thank you very much. You've been a great, hungry audience, no doubt. We sadly have to end this panel discussion here, but not the conversation. We are going to interact formally and informally over the lunch break. My advice is find the person you have the most questions for and sit with them. up on behalf of my panelists, I just want to say thank you and see you in 45. MC, over to you.
Thank you so much. Please, the panelists, the group photo, before we go. We are now going to go down for lunch, and I've said we shall be back here in just like 45 minutes to complete the next session. Chairman of the Barasita Traders, I have not seen you initially, but now I have seen you. I am sorry, and I know you, we are friends, but I do not know why you decided to go very little there. Those big people usually sit here. Mr. Bianca, thank you so much for being here, and all of you. Yeah, I've been advised that we shall be issuing coupons to you so that we don't go at the same time. So we will approach you for a health coupon. Thank you so much. And you can see how really capable they are. So when Kaka should be said, so that you can have your daughter also sit at the panel like the ladies you have seen there. Thank you so much. DJ, if you are there, let's have some back.